You know how we like to point out, today is National Blank Day?
All right, what was yesterday? National Tyler Day or something like that, or a couple
days ago, yeah.
The National Daniel Day before.
Yep.
What we got today?
Today is National Nude Day.
Oh.
Perhaps Northwestern football should sit this one out.
Oh, boy.
And there's some debate over whether or not yesterday was this or today was this. National French Fry Day. Now, I go to a website all the time to get these national days, and it says it's today, but Kang said yesterday that places were giving away free fries.
Yeah, because yesterday was supposed to be National French Fry Day as well, I guess, but McDonald's, Burger King, Arby's, like if you had an app or whatever, you can get free fries with, a purchase or no purchase at all. It was because they were celebrating National French Fry Day, I guess.
Yeah, and Enrico was asking a French fry question yesterday.
What was it?
Can wedges be considered French fries? And I said to him, I said, I don't think so. I said, there's the steak fry, which is awfully close to being a wedge, but I think that's the limit. Steak fry is the limit on French fries.
Yeah, wedge is not a fry.
No, wedge is delicious.
No, yeah.
But I feel like I'm not, treating the wedge like a French fry, like a steak fry. I would. I think steak fries are very underrated.
So, ironically, yesterday I was introduced to a French fry that was seasoned in a way that I had never had before. The kids went to Zingerman's Roadhouse in Ann Arbor, which is, Zingerman's Deli, the spinoff restaurant. And they got some of their black pepper fries.
Okay, yeah.
And I have never seen a French fry so heavily seasoned that it almost changed the primary color to black.
Wow.
And it's described as the following: featuring newly arrived 2021 harvested farm to table Tully cherry black pepper from India on our hand-cut, twice cooked French fries. Have you ever heard of Tully cherry black pepper?
I have not.
I did a YouTube search to find out about it, and it does sound like something that is like harvested and grown in India. And it was interesting because everybody tried them because they were so heavily seasoned with the pepper. And I'll be honest, only one person liked them. This guy right here.
I think I would like him.
I mean, it's really a strong pepper.
I really like
really a strong pepper.
I like black pepper, and I'd like to try that.
So a couple things about French fries that I don't do enough. One is put vinegar on French fries.
Okay, like at an Irish pub, and they offer the vinegar.
You a fan of that?
I'm okay. I don't do it. If I'm in an Irish pub and I get some fries, I usually do the experiment with a couple fries doing it. And I'm like, that's fine. But
Yeah.
I go back to the old standard with ketchup or mustard. Well, the standard is ketchup. Mine is mustard, but typically it's ketchup.
I was going to bring up the mustard thing, and we'll circle back to that. Kang, what about you? Do you try the vinegar on fries?
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. They actually have that option at Five Guys.
The malt vinegar?
Yeah, the malt vinegar.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, when I'm eating with my wife, though, it's too strong of a smell for her, so I have to either eat at a separate table or not at all.
Separate table?
She doesn't want me to. That smells strong when I pour out the vinegar into a little ramekin or a little container.
Interesting.
So she get upset. She's like, "Get away from me with that."
She's like, "It's just too strong. It smells too strong." I'm like, "Well, I'll sit over here then."
So it doesn't turn into an argument or a fight. You just.
But you know what?
That's over here.
That's clearly a further from move.
That it kind of is.
Sometimes you want to get further away.
Sometimes I just want my fries.
Kang's like, it's when Kang shows up with the malt vinegar.
It's like the hat.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Yeah.
The person puts the hat on, not to talk in the car.
That's
one
of our listeners has this theory that his wife knows when the hat's on, don't talk to me. Okay. What about gravy on fries?
Like poutine. Well,
yeah, but just gravy, just straight gravy.
Yeah, I've done it. It's delicious. Get a side of gravy with your fries. Look, fries are potatoes. Put gravy on mashed potatoes or gravy on just regular potatoes. Yeah, I would do it. I've done it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my go-to move, but when you see somebody do it, you kind of acknowledge the greatness.
Well, yeah, you're like, I should do that more often.
That's a solid call right there. That's a good call. I like that. Good looking brown gravy on that. Dipping the fries. Is it a thick gravy? It's thick? Oh, good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Damn, it's a good call.
Can you ever do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Okay. And then the mustard thing. I had a buddy worked in radio back in the day with me, Tom Wagner. He was a mustard on fries guy. You're a mustard on fries guy?
I've been a mustard on fries guy since I was 10 years old.
I remember the first time I saw him do it, I'm like, all right, let me give this a shot. And I tried it, and I'm like, that's pretty good. Mustard on fries, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I got into it because in the high school, not high school, but in the elementary school lunches, you would get like hot dog, and it came with tater tots. And it seemed like in the cold pack where the condiments would come with the packets, that they gave you only mustard and no ketchup. Which now I'm trying to figure out. That's the stupid. You can't put ketchup on a hot dog thing. But what I used it for, I usually put it on the hot dog, but I used it for the tater tots, and I just fell in love with mustard on potatoes.
All right, so 248-539-9797. I don't know if today is National French Fry Day or yesterday was National French Fry Day, but one or the other is true. What are the fry innovations? Because, I mean, vinegar on French fries is not an innovation. It's been around forever. Gravy on French fries, the first time I had that, I remember distinctly, was 1984 at Captain Chook in Werribee, Australia. Gravy fries, or fries with gravy, I can't remember. But anyway.
The chili cheese fry.
Yeah, the black pepper fries. I mean, the crack fries at Hopcat are pretty famous.
Yeah, and they no longer call them crack fries, but yes, the black pepper, cracked black pepper fries.
What do they call them?
I forget what they call them now, but they changed that a couple of years ago.
Okay.
But yeah, that kind of seasoned fry is great. I remember the first time I heard about a seasoned fry, I may have been like 18, 19 years old at the time. My brother had went with his buddies out to Rochester to go to Mr. B's when Mr. B's first kind of opened up and they got known, and they were known for their seasoned fries. And he came back and he's like, you got to try these seasoned fries, man. They're amazing. And so seasoned fries back in the day, that was new.
Yeah.
What the seasoned fry also can come like almost like a double breaded fry. You know, like it's like twice fried or something, basically.
Like
it's
a thicker batter on it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
More of a crunch on the outside to it.
And I thought you were going to go with, did you see the WWJ 950 tweet, Doug?
No, was it today?
Yeah. It was 33 minutes ago. I thought this is where you were going with it because they put out, it's National French Fry Day as well.
Okay.
And they put out what's the best dipping sauce for French fries, and they have a bunch of options, and I thought you were going through it.
No, I just saw that. Well, it's not mayo for me.
But you skipped over one. I asked Gator in his ear. I'm like, did he not say this?
He didn't say it.
I'm going to guess I know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Ranch.
Yeah. Because that's my second choice after ketchup.
Got to be a good, cold, thick ranch.
So
thick but cream, or but watery is there's like
thick enough where it's got to stay on the fry. I don't want to like dip it in the fry and then I'm ready to throw it in my mouth and it's all disappeared.
But not too thick where the fry just sits there and
right.
stand up. There's a good consistency you need.
Yeah, Doug, don't do that.
You don't like ranch, huh?
I don't need ranch on my French fries.
You don't like ranch, period? You don't like ranch dressing? He's a vinaigrette guy.
I am a vinaigrette guy. I don't use ranch very often, no.
Well, when you eat your onion rings, because that's kind of your like.
That's my, okay, I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
What do you dip it in, if any? Nothing?
No. Nope.
If you had to?
Naked.
Barbecue sauce?
If I had to, barbecue sauce. That's a good call. Barbecue sauce on French fries is pretty good, too.
Oh, I know what I think Doug would like. You ever go to Outback? I know it's known for steaks, and you don't eat steak, but they have a bloomin' onion,
the bloomin' onion, yeah.
Do you enjoy that?
Yes.
They have like kind of a horseradish type ranch.
Like an aioli type.
Yes.
You like that? Yeah, because I know you like horseradish.
Yep.
There you go.
You got that right. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Got a Lions observation. And maybe it's not congruent with what people are saying about the Lions. We'll get to that here in the 1 o'clock hour at 1:22. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Something Lions related we'll get to today at 1:22. Hope we got great plans ahead for the weekend. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. David is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
We're good.
So the fries, I was gonna say that I put them in burritos, like a carne asada burrito,
Okay.
and it's the best thing ever. It's called a California burrito.
Do you use that instead of rice?
They make it that way, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, so it's instead
if
of.
I'm remembering right, yeah.
I'd rather have the French fries in there than the rice in a burrito. I would agree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never had
It's so
that.
good. It's the best thing.
Probably the only thing where there's been a French fry put on something that isn't traditional, if you will, is the Permane Brothers sandwich in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Where they put, there's French fries in between the bread and mixed in there with
They throw it on top of the coleslaw. And then
yeah, there was coleslaw, there was fries, there was turkey.
tomato.
Yeah. That's pretty good. It was pretty good.
Do you remember when we went there? This is a gluttonous trip, okay? Because the day that we were going to leave, when we were in Pittsburgh in 2008 for Stanley Cup,
Mm-hmm.
we went to Permane Brothers after the show.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to try the sandwich. I heard all it was about. And it was a good sandwich, a solid sandwich.
Yep.
But we also wanted to see who had the Roethlisberger. Remember hearing about the Roethlisberger, but it wasn't a Permante's thing. It was some other restaurant that happened to be around the corner. We went there, and because there's red meat, you weren't going to have it. But I'm like, I got to try it. I wanted to try it. It had like an egg on it and some other stuff, and I believe I finished it. So that's like 2 giant sandwiches I had that day. It was one of the last real gluttonous things I've done in my life.
Oh, boy.
I don't remember feeling all that well after throwing down all that food there. But
Did it have an egg on it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Pittsburgh. It's a good time.
Yep. We'll always have Pittsburgh Gator.
We will always have Pittsburgh.
So,
Hey, you riding a bike?
God, that was funny.
This guy riding his bike.
There was 2 guys. We were riding up a hill, and I was driving, and you were in the passenger seat, and the window was down, and we're going to see my buddy Tom, and we were headed to his house, suburb of Pittsburgh. And we're coming up to a stop sign at the top of a hill. Imagine Pittsburgh, where it's hilly as hell. And these 2 guys are they're riding their bikes up the hill. And yes, I think they had helmets on, but they were working hard to get to the top, and they were going slow. And I slowed down right next to them at the stop sign. Gator has the window down, and he says to him, "Hey, you guys riding bikes?" I couldn't stop laughing.
Like, yeah, jackass. Okay.
And I swear to God, now whenever I see anybody riding a bike, I say, "Hey, you guys riding bikes?"
You guys riding bikes?
It was just so.
That was the warm beer trip. Warm beer with Ken Cal.
Yeah. Elkhart, Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff going on that trip.
Didn't we drop a case of beer
Yes.
as we were unloading the car?
Yeah.
And Jerome Bettis was
Jerome
standing
Bettis
right
was
there?
right there.
True story.
And I think you were able to hold on to one with your foot.
Yeah, I had one that it was because some sponsor of the show sent us with way too much beer.
It was like 6 cases of beer.
Which we didn't need for 2 days. I mean, we can make a dent, of course, but
we tried.
Yeah, with Cal's help. But yeah, we opened up the lift gate and stuff started to fall out. Shifted during the trip, and I put my foot out so that a case of glass bottles or a 12-pack of glass bottles, whatever it was, wouldn't go straight onto the concrete, and instead landed on my foot, which was worth the sacrifice.
Yes.
Let's go to Oren. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Oren?
Hey, how you doing, man? Love the show.
Thank you.
And fries, lemon, and pepper seasoning.
Or lemon pepper seasoning?
Lemon pepper seasoning on your fries. Awesome.
I'm not a lemon pepper guy, but I'm
not
intrigued.
either.
I'm intrigued.
I remember
right.
hearing and seeing the
Right.
seasoning all the time, like on cooking shows, and I never used it, and I bought some. I'm like, oh, lemon pepper, sounds perfect. And then I would use it,
Yeah,
and I was
try
terrified.
it.
Like, it's not,
You
I
didn't
didn't
like
like it.
Oh, I love it.
Do you?
On wings, especially.
Yeah, it's good seasoning, and it goes good on anything, and it really goes good on fresh, hot, crispy fries.
Okay. All right.
I like it on chicken wings personally, but do you guys remember the bubble the pandemic, the NBA had the bubble in
Yes.
Florida,
Yep.
right? Players had to go in there, check in, and like never leave.
Mm-hmm.
It was like Hotel California.
Yeah.
But Lou Williams broke the bubble.
Oh,
Do you
that's
remember
right.
this? Because he had a
Yes.
father's funeral or something like that. But while he was at the funeral, because they gave him an exemption, right? He left.
Yep.
He went to a strip club in Atlanta. I think Magic City, I think it was called. And he said not to get dances, to get their wings.
Right.
It was
We
the
did a
lemon
show
pepper
about it.
wings.
Right.
And lemon pepper wings are delicious. I've never had them from Magic City, but he got like fined or suspended or something happened. It was for these wings. And I
And he
was like,
said it was worth it.
yes, exactly.
He said it was
like,
totally worth it.
so look, I know you love chicken wings.
I do.
You got to try lemon pepper chicken
I
wings.
think I
man.
probably will, just because I've never been a lemon pepper guy, but yeah, maybe that's the call. All right, so Lions. Something's incongruent here, Gator. ESPN is talking to league executives, coaches, and scouts, front office people, coordinators, head coaches, position coaches, and scouts in the league, and they had them rank the top 10 at every position. And maybe it was just the position that the coaches work with or whatever. So, for instance, the top 10 edge rushers. I actually should bring the list up here because I don't know who's number one, but there we go. Now I've got the list. So I got the running backs list. Just was released today. They're releasing one position today, each day. Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns ranked number 1. Christian McCaffrey of the 49ers ranked 2. Josh Jacobs ranked 3. The criteria here is there are 80 voters, and they're going position by position. Voters give us their best 10 players at a position. Then we compile the results and rank the candidates based on the number of top 10 votes, composite average, along with a dozen interviews, research, and film study. Okay, so you're talking to league executives, coaches, scouts, and players. Okay, so these are people in the game. So the running backs list came out, and obviously no Lion is on it.
Not yet.
No.
Well, not
No
now,
Lion.
but I imagine that there's potential.
No Lion got a vote. I'm a little surprised that David Montgomery didn't get a vote, not because I think he's a top 10 running back, but I'm looking at some of the guys who did get votes. Javonte Williams of Denver, Najee Harris, Miles Sanders, A.J. Dillon. Anyway, okay, so I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I don't really care. But so you go through position by position and what they've released so far. So like the edge rushers, the number 1 ranked edge rusher is Nick Bosa, according to people in the league. Myles Garrett, number 2. No Lion in the top 10.
Not surprised.
Aiden Hutchinson gets honorable mention.
Yep. It's a very deep group, the edge rusher.
Yep. Off the ball linebackers.
No, I can't imagine the Lions on that list.
No Lion in the top 10. No Lion in the honorable mention. No Lion in the others receiving votes. No real surprise there. Defensive tackles.
I can't imagine Lee McNeil is on the list.
No Lion in the top 10. No Lion in the honorable mention. And let me just check here and see if any Lion got even a vote. And Lee McNeil, did he get a vote? He did not get a vote. Okay. Cornerbacks. Cornerbacks, Gator.
No, they're not going to get a vote.
No Lion in the top 10.
Well, let me say, somebody might get a vote or get honorable mention would be maybe Sutton.
No Lion in the honorable mention. No Lion in the others receiving votes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No respect.
Safeties.
Well, you can make your case, Gardner Johnson. You can make a case about Kirby Joseph, but I'm going to guess Kirby Joseph not, but maybe Gardner Johnson.
Gardner Johnson ranks number 8. Again, they're releasing a position a day, and these are rankings based on people in the game. Tight ends got released, Gator.
No. You got a rookie that nobody's seen him play, so it's a no.
No Lion in the top 10.
Is Hawkinson?
Yes, he is. No Lion in the honorable mention. No Lion in the others receiving votes. Running backs, I already mentioned.
So just let me understand this for running. So is Bijan Robinson listed among any running backs that got votes?
I don't believe so, but I'm just working my way through another position here real quick. I can go look. I don't think he got others receiving votes. So far they've released edge rusher, off-the-ball linebacker, defensive tackle, corner, safety, tight end, and running back.
Yep.
7 positions. One Lion has made the top 10 at his position.
Yep. And we had one that was honorable mention in Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep. Now, to be clear, and no other Lion has even received a vote.
And I don't disagree with any of this at this point.
Doesn't this feel a little incongruent with the expectation for the Lions this year?
No.
Okay.
Because of what would happen at guard, at tackle, at center. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is probably among the group of wide receivers.
You think he'll make top 10?
I think he'll get votes. I don't think he's in the top 10, but I think he'd be a guy who would get votes. And Jared Goff, I think he'd get votes in top 10. He might even be in top 10.
He might be in the top 10.
So on the offensive side, you'll see the switch. The defensive side, I feel like the Lions don't have top 10 guys, but what they have is a bunch of guys who might be in that second 10 group, and they have potential. Aiden Hutchinson is already an honorable mention guy. A couple of years, is he going to be a top 10 guy? I would hope so. Ali McNeil is an unknown. Does he have potential to be a top 10 guy? I don't know. He's going to have to take a big leap to get there. But they already have the safety. I think a corner, Sutton, could be there. Could get votes guy. And linebackers, I don't know. I mean, we love Jack Campbell. Can Jack Campbell be that guy in a couple of years where he gets votes? Maybe. But I just think they got some guys that be in that next group of 10.
Yeah, and you're right. The positions of strength are coming.
Yeah.
It's still amazing. I don't know that Amon-Ra is going to be in the top 10. I think there's a chance Goff won't be. I think there's a chance.
But they're guys at the very least get votes, right?
Yes. But I feel even when the player rankings come out, I feel like these things are incongruent with the expectations for the Lions. I think the expectations are higher, but the players aren't getting the individual love that one would think would come with the expectations.
Well, this is kind of like looking at the Tigers in their division.
Yeah.
Look at the Lions in their division.
Well, that's true.
So the Packers are, it looks like it should be a down year for the Packers. The Bears are a rebuilding team. Are they going to build it back up this year, or they need another year under their belts before they can consider for the title? Ask King. He's the better.
Yeah.
Shots fired again. And Minnesota and Detroit are kind of in the same boat here. I mean, the Vikings, I'm sure that their fans feel like they have every opportunity to win the division too.
I'm not mad about it. I'm not even really worried about it because, as you said earlier, rankings really don't matter.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting. There's so little love for the Lions so far. Yet for the football team, there's a ton of love. We will get your phone calls and feedback. Also, I got to tell you, Kang has a problem, and we got to. You know it too, don't you? We got to sort this out.
Oh boy.
We'll get to that today at 1:38. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The voting is final on our Twitter poll. We'll get to the results of that coming up in a minute. We were discussing how I think it's been pretty consistent. Although we're about to enter the Lions' position of strength when it comes to these ESPN rankings, which are put together by 80 people in the game of football. We're talking about executives. We're talking about front office people, coaches, players, film evaluators, like all these different roles that people play in the game, and they're having them rank the top 10 players in 11 different position groups. So far, with only a few positions left, only one Lion has garnered top 10 attention, and that is C.J. Gardner-Johnson was named the number 8 safety.
Who has yet to play a game with the Lions.
Yes, but honorable mention for Aiden Hutchinson, and that's it. No off-the-ball linebacker, no D-tackle, no corner, no tight end, no running back. Now, tomorrow they're releasing tackles, and I would have to think that there's going to be, we might see both Lion tackles getting mentioned, at least in the top 10, and then the others receiving honorable mention or others receiving votes. Guard/center is a position. They're doing interior linemen.
You see Jonah Jackson get some votes. I think that Frank Ragnow is definitely in the top 10.
Yep. And wide receiver, we'll see where Amon-Ra shakes out. Goff when they get to quarterback, but it does feel slightly incongruent so far with what the expectation is for the season. But
what about punters? We got punters yet?
They're not doing specialists. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Sean here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sean.
Respect.
Guys, the going to work Pistons proved to us, didn't they, that you don't have to have a bunch of superstars that are at the top of their position group. We just have a whole bunch of really good guys. And that's enough to win, I think, if they buy in and we're solid across the board, but maybe not superstars, right? But
well, I'll say this: I think the opportunity they have, if you're going to do it in the NFL, and it's awfully tough to do it that way, I think the best way to do it is to be better at the offensive line and defensive line. If you're good there and good without having elite players, but if you're really good there, you've got a shot. But the Lions do have elite player potential on the offensive line.
Now, we can definitely still add an elite player with $23 million in cap space. I thought it was so fun that the whole town got around this Red Wings trade for a couple weeks here. Can't we now transition that same feeling back to the Lions and go do something here and spend $23 million?
Who do you want?
Somebody elite?
Who do you want?
I think Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Cooper Kupp have such a similar skill set. It's like 2 cups and 1 Goff. That's what I'm looking for.
I wouldn't want to trade.
I do, and I want from the same team. I want the Rams to fade quickly, launch into a full-scale rebuild, and go get Aaron Donald.
Well, that's okay. That's different there, but
boom, pow.
I don't want to trade for a wide receiver.
No,
unless it becomes obvious that one team is going to have to move somebody because they're not happy there, and the price is so low that you go ahead and do that. But the point being, you've got cap space. So there are plenty of guys that are out there right now that you can go get at wide receiver that are free agents that you don't have to give up anything other than money.
You know what this cap space does, though? This like $20 million plus trade deadline. We talk about the Tigers right now, but when it comes to the Lions, the NFL season, we've seen the NFL now make trades at trade deadline, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This opens it up. Like you've played some portion of the season where you know maybe where you might be weak at. And if they can take on a big salary and just move some future draft picks. Yeah, if it's Aaron Donald, Doug, if the Rams season is in the tank, or if it's another team that they got a disgruntled veteran he just wants to play for something, but he's got big money.
Bring him here and just let him be gruntled.
Yeah, right.
Well, but your point is you don't have to do it now. You can wait until the trade deadline, and there could be players that become apparent they're going to be moved.
Mm-hmm.
And I see the value in that.
All right, let's talk about Kang's problem. It's time to go public with this. And no, a pill won't fix it.
If it would, I would take it.
I know you would. He just tweeted out what his problem is.
Let me see what we got.
And you've done it, I think, 4 times in the last 2 days.
Maybe even more. I can't.
You can't stop.
I can't shake this, man. I'm not even.
He just said into my ear. He wanted to know if we should talk about it, and he did it again Like he can talk to us while we're on the air, and he said into my ear something. I'm like, you did it again.
I don't even remember you doing this.
He's done it every single time he's brought it up.
I can't stop calling Max Clark Max Crosby.
Wow.
Like I cannot. Yeah, this morning before you got here, Gator, we were talking about the whole young Detroit athlete thing. I probably called him Crosby then, and then had to tell myself Clark. And then what Doug was talking about, referring to what I said to him in his ear, I brought up, hey, did you bring up Max Crosby in the baseball top 100 thing? And he said, you did it again. I'm like, what?
I'm like, actually, yes, we did, but you called him Crosby again. And it's a problem for you.
Dude, this is, what was it, the San Diego Chargers for you, Doug?
Yeah, I kept calling them the San Diego Chargers, and I don't even know why I'm doing this. Why I keep calling Reese Olson Riley Olson, and I have no idea who Riley Olson is.
He's not
I've
even
Google
real.
searched Riley Olson. I can't find any connection to anyone named Riley Olson that would have been in my past.
Not anyone on one of your kids' baseball teams?
There's no Riley Olson.
We know why.
Why?
Because you combined Riley Green and Reese Olson.
Is that it?
That's it.
That might be it.
Because you got the R and the R. So you screwed it with
I
Riley
can't.
and Reese.
I mean, am I that simple?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, what's my problem, Gator?
It's the same thing. Well, you've got football on the mind, and they're both MCs. They're both Max C. So I get it. Clark and Crosby. I totally understand it. It's going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen with me. Because it never crossed my mind until I just read what you had posted. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we're not the only people that have this problem, that you cannot stop calling somebody by the wrong damn name.
Mm-hmm.
And you know you've got a problem, and you keep doing it. Your friends keep pointing it out. I mean, the good news for most of you is that you don't have a radio show and embarrass yourself in front of hundreds of people, thousands of people every time you do it.
Millions.
Exactly. Hey, I'm still working on the gripe. 248-539-9797. Discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with a new Connecticut system that removes 99% of contaminants. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. You don't want to be the filter. Plus, the water tastes great. I fill up my water bottle with it every single day. It's clean, purified water, and it reduced plastic bottle waste. Win-win. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Just got some feedback. Can you guys give a quick shout out to the Port Huron to Mackinac race sailors taking off tomorrow in a great Michigan tradition?
Port Huron to Mackinac race sailers?
Yeah.
The guys in the boats?
Yeah, can we give a quick shout
out? For that race? Yeah. No, we don't do shout outs.
Actually, seriously, be safe.
Yeah, well, yeah.
This one feels like maybe we shouldn't mess around with
Port Huron to Mackinac.
Good luck, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other sailors with respect.
Yeah, you better.
All right, feedback coming in here. Good afternoon, guys. I have the same issue with the Wings' new signing, Daniel Sprong. I keep calling him Dylan Sprong. Is there a Dylan Sprong? I have no clue. That's from Brian.
It's a good call.
Don't know that there's a Dylan Sprong. Not a name, but I can't get my son's birthday right. It's 11/21/19, but I always say 11/19/21. I have no idea why.
I get my parents' wedding anniversary mixed up every year.
Do you?
The only thing that bails me out is a Facebook reminder. Otherwise, I screw it up every year.
What are you getting wrong? Like the day or the month?
Day.
The day?
No, I know the month and I know the year. It's the day that messes me up every time. And right now I'm not sure what it is. It's the 21st, the 22nd, or the 23rd.
When it comes to birthdays, even in my own family, I have to stop and think. Like it doesn't just roll off I have to stop, reset, remember what month is which.
I'm going to go with the
June and July get mixed up, and
I'm going to go with the 23rd.
You think?
How long have they been married, Gator?
It is it'll be 60 years this year.
Just still, you don't know for sure.
No, I know.
Because you always wish them happy anniversary.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if you do anything.
I don't know is the actual date.
And?
21st. I tell you, it's either 21, 22, or 23. I always mess it up.
The trick is who wears number 21?
Roger Clemens.
Okay, remember to just totally now associate them with Roger Clemens, which is a complete non sequitur. But Brian in Monroe says, "Good luck, Kang. My wife is from Illinois, where they have a very popular ice cream called Oberweis. I've been calling it Oberon every time I've said it for the past 13 years." I always mix up the words drowsy and groggy, and I say droggy. I know it's not a word, but my brain doesn't let me fix it. It drives my wife crazy. That's from Mike in Fenton.
Groggy and drowsy?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever say call your kids the wrong name when you're yelling for them or even at them?
I have not.
Really?
I tell you what, that's really funny, though. My mom has a brother, Michael. She calls me Michael a lot. She had a brother, John, rest in peace, Uncle John, and brother Bill, but she calls me Michael. That's not Bill or John. I get Michael.
I mix up my kid's name all the time. I feel like I actually named them the wrong one.
Yeah, you've made this observation, which cracks me up. You feel like you should flip-flop their names.
Yes, because I'm doing it so much.
Which makes no sense at all, but it's hilarious. All right, so the Twitter poll has gone final. Second half of the Tiger season starts tonight. What do you expect from them to make a legitimate run in the American League Central, hover where they've been, 4 to 8 games back, or fade from contention? Voting over 700 votes today. Make a run, 18.2%. Hover, 44.3%. Fade, 37.5%. And, hey, look, there's a chance. There's a chance. Rick writes in via Twitter, they'll make a run. They have enough pieces back from injury and in the minors to contend in this bottom dwellers division. I mean, it is what it is, right?
It is what it is. And don't apologize for it.
Nope.
Play the best you can. I'd love to think that the Tigers can contend for this division title this year. And I think they can. But I think the natural order of things being that you're going to look long-term for this organization, and there's going to be opportunities to trade away assets from this team in the form of starting pitching like Rodriguez and Lorenzen, that you can't pass that opportunity up, and that could torpedo the opportunity to compete. Now, Scott Harris did say if they get hot out of the gate here in the second half, that could change their plans at the trade deadline, that they may be buying assets as opposed to trading them.
So, Gator, we got something unique happening this fall and next fall, and that is opponents that we have never seen before coming into Michigan State and Michigan. For Michigan State, Washington is coming into East Lansing. What is your level of interest for attending that game? Actually going.
Yeah, it's reasonably high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very curious of what this Spartan team is going to look like this year. I think that they might surprise some people because I think they've, being healthy is a big thing for them. A lot of the problems last year were on defense, and I think the defense should be vastly improved this year. But going with a new quarterback, who knows what you're doing there? But they seem to have experience on the offensive line. That should be better. If that's better, they can open up more holes in the running game. And that game last year against Washington left such a bad taste in the mouth of Spartan fans.
Who's going to make plays offensively? I think it's a big question.
You got Trey Mosley as number one receiver, and he's good. But is he as good as what they've had each of the last few years as their number one receiver? Probably not. But maybe you allow for a freshman to emerge, or a redshirt freshman that steps his game up. But I don't know. This year's Spartan team is a big question mark of what they can be, certainly offensively.
So there's that, and then next year, not this year, unfortunately, Texas is coming into the big house. Did you see that College Football Saturday tradition, I think it is, had a post of what the buy-in price for the Michigan-Texas game is, and I'm not quite sure how you do that already. You know what I mean? Have a buy-in for a ticket that people don't have in their possession. Take a guess what the buy-in price right now is.
For at Michigan or at
Texas?
Texas?
Michigan.
$300.
More.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine it's over $300 for the buy-in. But
it's more than double that.
That's crazy.
It's $638. And I have to imagine that there will be quite a few fans that if you can get if you have a pair of tickets and you can get $1,276 for one game,
you're selling them.
I think you might.
Yeah. Well, and that's just the buy-in. What if you have good seats?
Maybe if you have good seats, hey, do you want to go to that game or get a new Range Rover?
Right. Well, let's slow down there. If you can get $1,000 a ticket,
yeah.
I mean, it'd be an easy decision to make, I think.
Yeah, but I'm excited. I'm starting to get excited for the college football season.
You still think that game's going to take place?
Michigan, Texas?
Yeah,
I do. I think it's something that the TV networks really want, as we know. And the great thing about it is that's the first year of the 12-team playoff. So hopefully we'll see more rewarding matchups from a standpoint of teams won't worry about one loss knocking them out of the postseason. So that's my hope in the new college football setup, the new format that we got, that we'll see better non-conference football.
He's so naive.
Cynical Rico has just made his appearance.
I love you, Doug.
I mean, won't it be great if that's true?
It would, but I think the opposite. I was like you. I was pie in the sky. Oh, by the way, hey, Gator.
Hi, how are you, Rico?
I hate when people ignore me.
That is quite a shirt.
It's impossible to ignore him in this shirt.
I was trying not to look right at it.
You know what it is?
I got my peripheral vision.
Kenny wants to do Floor Friday, so I do Floor.
Well, it's one thing to have. I mean, but you've doubled up. It's
the undershirt and the shirt. I would describe his look as nuclear.
If you're gonna do it, you do it well. You know what it is? I told Jimmy because he was like, "Has anybody seen Rico?" He was joking around.
Right.
I'm already prepared for the Powerball. Okay, this is you know how they say dress the part that you want, or dress like you want to, how you want to work, whatever that phrase is. I'm dressing like I just won the Powerball.
Okay,
and this is what I would be. Which leads to something we may talk about today.
Yeah.
If I were to give you $1 million, and I gave you a stipulation, would you actually live up to that stipulation to get the $1 million?
So it's something I have to do for $1 million. Would
Right.
I do it?
Right.
You're going to do this on the
Like-
air?
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Like I said, if it was like Doug, you have to eat steak every day.
I've
6 months.
promised for $1 million. I'd
A lot
find
of time
a
on
way.
the bowl, my man.
But it'd be hard at first because I'd probably would have a reversal. But I did say if Jimmy sends us to Kansas City, I'll have brisket or ribs or something as a non-red meat eater because that's what Kansas City's known for, and we'll try to do the show from a barbecue place, and I'll give it a shot.
I've had it.
Kansas City.
Overrated.
Kansas City barbecue is overrated?
It is.
Wow.
It's a lot of hype. It's
Shots fired by Rico.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, that is a place that is proud of what they do.
You know who else is proud? Texas is proud.
Everybody's proud of it, right?
And
they
like-
got their own region.
Like Texas, like, you know, everything is just beef. Like, can I get some ribs? Beef ribs? No, just some pork ribs. You mean the pork ribs made of beef? No, just regular ribs. Like,
Right, and they don't put beans in chili.
because you don't put beans in chili.
Well, why not?
'Cause it's now just bean soup with ground beef.
It's not. It's chili and you got beans.
It's no, you don't. Okay.
See?
Have a great show. Everyone have a great weekend.
Nice shirt, jackass.
That's not treating him with respect. Stay
Okay,
safe.
I got 4 hours to reply.
97.1.
Floral Friday in the mix. Except for David. David hates fun, so David dies on this hill, and he refuses to wear anything Hawaiian shirt related. Happy Friday to you. 50 days until week 1 of college football. 50 days. Michigan takes on East Carolina. Georgia takes on West Bloomfield. It's getting started. It's going down. 49 days, MSU kicks off against Central Michigan. Going to have a lot of fun with football. We got a lot of fun happening here on the show today. Going to mix in some pro talk as well, some college talk. We had an interesting discussion on the Powerball. I'd like to know probably where some people, if they want to do what I want to do, we'll get into that a little bit later. But I do want to start off with, it was an interesting thing that happened. Tennessee football got hit with a bunch of charges. I mean, the coach, they got hit with over hundreds of violations. Coach Pruitt has to have a show cause for the next 6 years. And in the event that you hire him, he has to sit out that first year. 18 level 1 violations, encompassing more than 200 infractions, most of which were recruiting violations and direct payments to prospects. This was before NIL. They were just doing it the old-fashioned SEC way. Here's a McDonald's bag, son. Go ahead and open it up once you get in the car. They got hit with fines. They had to pay $8 million out. But here was the thing, though. There was no bowl bans. Coach got fired. Now, Tennessee did it wrong. If you're going to cheat, you got to win. If you win, no one cares. You cheat and you lose, it just makes you a loser. Plain and simple. Got into an interesting discussion. I want to share with you the people. 248-539-9797. Right here, right now. I guarantee you, I promise you, it will happen. If I guaranteed that in 3 years, your favorite college football team will win the national title. But at the end of that 3 years, your head coach will be fired in disgrace. The school will have to pay out $10 million in sanctions. And everybody's going to just, you'll become the pariah of college football. But you get that trophy. You get the title. If you're a Michigan fan, it means you win. Within the next 3 years, you will win the national title. But Jim Harbaugh ends up getting fired, and he can't coach in college football ever again because he just cheated so badly. If you're a Michigan State fan, Mel Tucker, gone at the end of 3 years. Tuck coming, Tuck leaving. Tuck got you the trophy, Tuck got you the championship, and then Tuck got you in trouble. You got hit with a big fine. Everybody is there reporting on it. Would you take that? Would you accept a title knowing the repercussions is your university is about to get hit with some sad times, but you get the national title? I'm going to tell you right here, right now, yeah, I would. 248-539-9797. I would do it in a heartbeat. Here's why. Like Kenny, Georgia's won back-to-back titles. If tomorrow...
Wait, one more time. What did you just say?
Georgia's won back-to-back titles.
Okay. There we are. Nice.
If tomorrow we find out that Kirby Smart is just a scumbag, he's been paying players, you name it, they're doing it. He's fired. Georgia's embarrassed. Everybody's laughing at you. Would you care?
Not even a little bit. I'd make that trade every day and twice on Sunday. No problem.
And
or twice on Saturday, actually.
And I think that's kind of, if you're being real with yourself, I think every fan base would take that option. 248-539-9797. Or are you like, you know what? I got to do it the right way. Because You've been doing it the right way for a long time, and the right way is not working. You can skip ahead. I mean, especially now. And the thing is, if you're going to do it, just go ahead and do it. I mean, seriously, son, how much will it take for you to come here and play for this school? I need $500,000. I mean, this is straight out of Blue Chips. I need a tractor. Tractor done. What do you want? What's the green tractor? Whatever. It's yours. It's yours, son. Heck, I'll get you a part on Yellowstone if that's what it takes to get you to this school. Absolutely, I would do it. I think most people would, because here's the thing. Even if Tucker wins it for the Michigan State, he gets the national title, you're still going to love this man. He's still going to be beloved. He'll never buy a drink. Every Spartan fan that sees him will want to buy him a cigar, his dinner, nothing. He will pay for nothing because you're going to remember all the joy that he brought you. You don't believe me? Mark D'Antonio can't do any wrong in East Lansing. He didn't leave under the greatest of circumstances. He didn't. But people still remember, man, you got us to the playoffs. The Rose Bowl, hey, I was there with my dad, and I was there with my kids, and it was so special. You remember the good times. You don't remember the bad. And I think that most people would be like me, and you would absolutely take the championship and just deal with the repercussions. You know what the bad part about the repercussions is? It's the other fan bases laughing at you. The other fans, oh, well, you cheated. Don't care. We can make fun of Kenny and Jimmy all day long about Georgia. David, they wouldn't care. They got a title. Okay, what do you have? And you know what we would say? Nothing. We got nothing. We have our pride.
We have our morals.
We got morals. We got standards. Well, we got trophies. Okay? How much is your morals worth to you? Because we got trophies. 248-539-9797. I would give it up. I would just go ahead and say, go ahead. Because think about it. Jim Harbaugh's already revered. If he won you, he's beaten Ohio State twice. And this man can get a statue right now. He wins you a national title, you wouldn't care what happened afterwards. Heck, the FBI can walk into his office and march him out and do a perp walk in front of the Bo statue. You wouldn't care. Why? We won a title. And I think most people would agree with that. David, what we got ticket text-wise?
I'm loving these ticket texts already. I'll take the title. You can't take away the pure enjoyment, excitement, call it whatever of the moment. You can wipe it from the books, but can't take away the experience that is from Nate.
I think a lot of people, Nate, I'm with you. I mean, Tennessee did it wrong. Tennessee cheated and didn't win. So now you're just an embarrassment. But if you cheat and you win, nobody's going to be mad at you.
Well, maybe not. Here's a text that comes in. Someone is bringing this up. Why would you do this? Look at the Houston Astros right now. Nobody gives them respect, no matter how clean they play. Do you want to have the label of a cheater attached to your name every time you take the field?
Yeah.
Yes, I sure do.
The Astros got the trophy. They got the check. Okay. A.J. Hinch has to pay his penance by coaching here in Detroit. But you're still champion. And over time, people are going to forget about that you cheated, or you're just going to be dead, but you're still going to be a champion. So, yes. I know some will be like, no, I can't do that because that's going to be bad. I say, I'll take that title. I'll take it. And I think most people agree with me, and you probably don't want to admit it, but deep down, if I guaranteed whatever college team you want, you rooted for, your alma mater. Hey, David, it could be Central, Western, whoever. I guarantee you that you win a national title in 3 years, you take it. Burn it to the ground afterwards. Don't care, because you got the trophy. You got the title. And whatever coach embarrassed you, I promise you, the real fan, Jim Tressel can still walk into Columbus. Urban Meyer can still walk into Columbus. And nobody's going to say anything except for, Coach, I love what you did. You're the man, Coach. I named my dog after you, Coach.
You could tell me Dan Campbell's cheating. You could tell me Steve Eiserman's cheating. I don't care. If it leads to a championship, so be it. I have no qualms with that.
So 248-539-9797. I see you. We're going to get to all your phone calls next. 97.1. Everything is changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky if we could download one video to the desktop computer. But now it's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest times rolling out all the time. The internet that can power a whole house full of devices with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another's playing video games in the basement, somebody's doing the latest TikTok craze in the kitchen, and nobody's being interfered with. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through July 30th, new customers can get a 200 megabit internet on the next generation 10G network for just $35 a month for 2 years, plus no annual contract required. And you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just simply stop by a local Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary. Very simple question. If I promised you that your favorite college football team would win the national title within the next 3 years, but you would later find out that your coach did it, he paid for recruits, he did everything dirty, he disgraced the university, the program, and was fired. But you still kept that title. There will be no bowl bans. Like Tennessee has no bowl bans, so you can still keep it going. Would you take that deal? I think you would. 248-539-9797. Before we get to your calls and your ticket texts, kind of like most criminals, because we always say, man, criminals are dumb. These clowns had text messages floating throughout, and this is kind of what led to their downfall. Texting back and forth to recruits. I'm trying to find a good one here. Basically, it got to the point where one of the coaches sent a text and said, ain't nothing we discuss needs to be on that work phone. We're trying to do something epic bleep. Keep it street, man. Meaning, why are we in a group text on our work phones with this recruit? It's going to come back to haunt us. Probably not the thing to do. Yeah, talked about Coach Pruitt's going to call you. I told him we had it all set up. And by set up, it meant paying for accommodations and entertainment while that recruit was doing a visit. Yeah,
so
Coach.
He said we shouldn't be on the work phone, but he continues to text on the work phone.
No, Coach is up to speed. No, another coach jumped in and was like, hey.
Stop this.
We got burners for a reason,
right.
people. You know, let's don't know what you're talking about. I was at choir rehearsal. So yeah, they got text messages. The local paper, I guess the Tennessean, came up with some of the text messages that they had. Not very smart people. The coach got hit with a 6-year show cause. Some of his assistants got hit with 2 years, 5 years, 4 years, all across the board. I guess his wife, they thought, was going to get hit with some penalties because she used to work in NCAA compliance. I'm like, man, even your wife ain't safe. But Tennessee did it wrong. They didn't win. So they're a disgrace. I'm saying, I promise you right here, right now, you do it, you win, but the coach goes out in disgrace. Would you make that call? Let's start things off. John, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I wouldn't want the title. Titles aren't everything to me. I'm not a player. So having that joy, that joy would be tainted for me because I know that it wasn't done right. So paying the players, I have no problem with that because players should be paid. When you pay a coach $8 million, I don't have a problem with it. That's not cheating to me, paying a player. They should be paid. But if you're doing other unscrupulous things, no, there's no joy in that for me. I'm a fan. If I'm a player, okay, I can see you having that attitude. But as a fan, I mean, look at Miami. Miami back in the day was a powerhouse. So if you think about what they did, they probably paid a bunch of players and broke a bunch of violations. And their program has been in the crapper forever. So you take that one championship and ruin your program forever. That's what you're saying. That makes no sense to me. One championship is not worth the rest of my life never seeing them be relevant. That makes no sense.
I appreciate
not for one championship.
No, I appreciate the phone call, John. And it's not that. I mean, they're still going to play. They're still going to be in bowl games, and the next coach can come in and try to do things the right way. But I'm offering you, within 3 years, you get a title, but your coach that's on the team right now, fired. Got busted for doing some type of recruiting violations or whatever. Gone. School has to pay up to $10 million in fines to the NCAA, but you still get to play in bowl games. Your program doesn't get blown up. There is no death penalty. You would take that. Kenny, if it meant Georgia gets the three-peat, Kenny would take that. And Kirby Smart's fired the next day, Kenny would absolutely take that. 248-539-9797. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Rico, that caller John, he crazy. He told me he accepts the players being paid. Before NIL, players were being paid, Georgia and Alabama. Rico put me in charge of the drugs, the hookers, and the money in the brown paper bags. I don't care how we got to get it done, Rico. Don't tell me about all that, Rico, because we respect Kirby Smart and Nick Saban, Rico. Before NIL, Rico, what were those two gentlemen doing? Cheating, and we still respect them. So don't tell me about that. I got all the drugs and the women and the hookers. We going to get a championship. Don't tell me about it's tainted. It ain't, man, tainted my foot. Give me the championship and say it again. John, the former caller, you can take that crap and go on down the road with it, brother, because players were being paid at the SEC before NIL. But you accept that. You want to cheat your way.
No, Brian.
Let me know, Rico.
Brian, I think he just wants to do it the right way.
Rico, let me tell you something. I helped Michigan State out. You just got a new deck. I'm going to drop the drugs and the money off on your new deck, Rico, so you can get it up there to Michigan State. Take care, brother. Because players were being paid at the SEC before NIL. But you accept that. You want to cheat your way.
No, Brian. Brian, I think he just wants to do it the right.
All right. Brian, yep, you know what? I got you, man. We're going to put Brian on the page. Brian is officially the Valenti Show with Rico bag man.
He's in charge of the hookers and the drugs.
Right. wait. We got our own bag man now. Brian, you the show bag man. We need some stuff done. Brian's like, I'm in charge of the drugs. 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts.
You guys are bringing a much larger issue to the light than you realize. People sacrificing morals for trophies or upgrades in their life is what's ruining our world. Choosing the championship, being a cheater, shows how much of a garbage human you are. Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's your opinion.
Thank you. Put it this way. In the immortal words of Ted DiBiase, everybody has a price. So while you're up on your moral high horse, you have a price. You are. You do. But that's okay. You know what I'll be? That human being with a trophy, with a championship, with whatever.
Here's what you'll be in this ticket
Because
texter.
as I said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, this ticket texter says it all. A disgraced national champion is still a national champion. Simple as that.
Right. Plain and simple.
And take it away.
I understand. Some people want to do it the air quotes right way. But let's be real, okay? The feds ain't listening. It's just us. Every program pushes the boundary. Every program knows what the gray area is and goes to certain aspects of that gray area. Yes, even your beloved program that you think that the coach is squeaky clean, newsflash, he's not. They're doing things. The saying goes, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. You don't. You just want it for breakfast. You just want to win. And I'm saying, screw it. We're going to hire Brian, and we're just going to go out and get every top recruit that we want. We find out whatever it is you want. What does your family want? You're going to have it here. You sign with us. We're going to win. You get a title. Coach will be fired. And the thing about the disgrace thing, it's really rival fan bases will call you a disgrace. The NCAA is just going to come in and say, all right, here's your penalty, and be done with you, and they'll move on. It's just the other fan bases. And I would simply say at that point, all right, what trophy do you have? Oh, you don't have one. Oh, okay. Well, then you know what? Kick rocks. Keep it moving. 248-539-9797. Got a bunch of phone calls. We'll get to all of you next. 97.1. Got a very simple question for you. In light of Tennessee football getting hit with sanctions, $8 million fines, coach on a 6-year show cause, and even if you do hire him, he's got to sit out a year. But no bowl ban for Tennessee. They get to play in the bowl game. I'm saying if I offered you this, you're a Michigan fan, you're a Michigan State fan, you are Buckeye fan, Central Michigan, whatever. Within the next 3 years, you win a national title, but your current coach is going to be fired, going to leave in a disgrace. Would you take that deal? Kenny, you get championship number 3. But a month after that, we find out that Kirby Smart is a dirtbag. And he did a lot of nefarious things.
I mean, not to say the quiet part out loud, but basically every coach that wins a championship is doing something nefarious that we don't know about and may never find out about. You think Nick Saban's squeaky clean?
Yes.
Of course. He's the cleanest guy around.
He reads the kids in the hospital.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I mean,
he treats everybody with respect.
100%. He's Doug Carr's special right there. Man. Like, to act like everybody's morally superior that wins a championship, I think is ridiculous.
248-539-9797. Would you take that deal? Jared, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'd take that deal in a second. I mean, all of 3 years, athletes still play on the field. So even if you're paying them, I mean, you go down SMU, USC, Auburn, Michigan, the Fab Five, other schools, they all paid and cheated and got closer to where they wanted or wanted what they wanted. So I could live with it. And no one got hurt in the money transactions. I don't see a big deal in it.
Now,
I mean, personally.
Now, Jared, I think a lot of people are afraid to actually say what you're saying, but yeah, I do think that people will take that deal. You may feel dirty saying it, but you won't. And David, I'll even sweeten the pot. Not only will you win a national title, your team will go down as one of the greatest teams ever. You're going to be right up there with that USC team, with Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart. I mean, this is one of the teams that people will look back and be like, wow, that team had everybody on it.
Oh, you mean the USC team that cheated?
Oh, did I say that?
Wow. Yeah, I'll take it. Who cares, man? I got a championship.
Hey, Reggie, we're going to need that house back from your mama. Fine, I could buy her a new one. That's okay. But, yeah, I didn't even think about that. But, yeah, that team that had Reggie Bush on there, yeah, your team not only would win, but be one of the greatest college football teams of all time. People would talk about you from here to eternity. I remember when I watched that team. Yeah, I think most people would take that. I know I would. 248-539-9797. Let's get a couple ticket texts before we get back to the phone calls.
Someone says, I would take a Lions championship for cheating, but not a college championship. No on that. Wow, that's interesting.
I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I really wish that person would call in because I want to hear the rationale for you would take the Lions. Like, what would you cheat in the end? I mean, I guess what you were like the Patriots.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
Record
like the
practice.
flake ball, recording practice. Yeah.
Because I'm like, how do you cheat in the NFL? But okay, you record practices and all. But once again, Patriots still won Super Bowls.
No one takes it away from them.
Nobody says
Thinks differently.
Oh, but they cheated. No, Tom Brady is deemed the greatest. We don't say, well, it was helped with all of that. No. He's first ballot Hall of Famer. People shout me down because I still like Joe Montana. No, Brady's better. Yeah, he won. Can't say anything about that. Though Joe Montana never lost the Super Bowl.
All righty. Cheating on the field is completely different from breaking NCAA rules as a head coach. You cannot do that at all. I don't want it. Brandon from Commerce Township. Michigan fans and alumni are too prideful. They don't want anything negative attached to the university. That's why many are saying no. I'll take a cheating title in a minute. As they say in the South, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Camus in Fort Wayne, he says go green, which means he wants the cheating in Michigan State.
I would. I like Mel Tucker. But if this means, you know what, Tucker, a month after you won the title and you produce one of the greatest college football teams of all time and you're gone, I'm still going to buy you a dinner if I see you. I'll take you to the cigar bar. You know, I don't even drink, but we'll go out and get some drinks because you won that title. Way to go. Oh, yeah. Could you sign this for me, please? Yeah, I got that championship banner. Yeah. Once again, disgraced coaches. Like I said, you don't think Urban Meyer can't go back into Columbus? Jim Tressel can't go back in there?
They're begging for Urban Meyer right now to come back to Columbus.
It's like people are like, well, kid, this is going to be a bad thing. I don't think so. 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I would say two things. One, no, they're not begging for Urban down in Columbus. I still think Ryan Day's perfectly fine.
Oh, no. Hold on, Kevin. I'm not saying replace him. I'm saying I just said Urban Meyer can go down there and people will still love him. So go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But I will say, isn't this kind of what Michigan did with their captain, Mozzie Smith? He got to play.
Uh-oh.
He really kind of skirted the issue. You did exactly what you wanted. You kind of played in the shadows. He got to play. You're all saying what a great team he was, but you're also saying, hey, if he wasn't there, maybe your team wasn't as good as we all thought. So you tell me, what do you think?
You're right.
You know what, Kevin? You earned that.
He's exactly right. They did that. They skirted the line because they were trying to win a championship.
David, not only did they do that, their OC basically had the feds raid his house and his work computer. We still don't know why. What happened there? Yeah, a lot of stuff went down. Mozzie, all of that stuff came to light when the season was over, where we're headed to a bowl game. But, he's not going to get suspended. We'll deal with it internally. Newsflash. That's what every organization does. That's what every program does. So your program ain't squeaky clean. Mine ain't squeaky clean. No program is squeaky clean. But caller's right. I'm not trying to turn this into a power ranking of who did what at what schools, but yeah, you look the other way when you think that you could win. Because real quick on the Mozzie thing, it was Indiana. Man, you can't play against Indiana. You're going to beat Indiana anyway. But you know what it looks like? It looks like we don't do this here. No, the way you handle it says, so long as we win it, we'll do whatever we want.
I'll go as far as saying, let's go back to the Fab Five. I think there are a lot of Michigan fans that will later on tell you they were upset that happened only because they didn't end up winning a championship.
Right.
If they won a championship, they would have like, oh, no big deal. But they didn't.
If you don't win a championship, it's a disgrace. If you throw 2 pick sixes in a semifinal game, it's a disgrace. You did, but if you win, I don't care. Where's the T-shirt? Where's the banner? Where's the parade? I'm going. So 248-539-9797. David, what you got ticket to?
There is no such thing as the right way, quote unquote. There is getting caught and not getting caught. Exactly. Someone says, ask a Louisville fan. They won a title in 2013 that has been terrible ever since because of cheating. I'm not sure a title is worth a decade of being terrible.
Well, I'll simply say this. While we're up on our high horse, Louisville has won a title 13 years. Well, in 2013, you know the last time a Big Ten school has won a national title?
In basketball?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mateen Cleaves.
Yeah.
His son, as I think 16 right now, playing basketball. Right now, everybody who played on that team is either bald or gray hair. Okay?
Or both.
You're
exactly right about that. It's a long
so as
time
we sit
ago.
there, well, it's been a while for Louisville. Big Ten hasn't won anything. Going on 24 years. So.
And they had really great teams in that time. Remember Illinois went undefeated?
Yeah.
And did not win a title.
You had Greg Oden.
Yes.
And Conley.
Yes.
For Ohio State. You have teams that were out
Wisconsin's been
there.
in the Final Four since then.
State went a couple times.
Michigan's been there a couple times.
Have they? Oh, yes,
yeah.
they did. What was it? Oh, DiVincenzo.
We lost to Louisville, and then we lost to Villanova.
Right. Spike Albrick.
Yeah.
Hit all those threes.
Yep.
Got Kate Upton to say, hey, Spike, I see you out there. And then Verlander was like, who you texting? Nobody. All right. We got basketball next.
Yeah, we
Plus,
did a fast break in
get a
here.
little fast break in, and then the 3 o'clock hour. I haven't forgotten about you, Lions fans. I told you, we're treating this day like it's Football Friday. 50 days until basically the start of college football, week 1. Not really including week 0. Week 1 in 50 days exactly. So I got a question for you, Lions fans, as well. We'll get to that in the 3 o'clock hour, 97.1. Got a question for you Lions fans about your upcoming schedule in the 3 o'clock hour. But for right now, David, let's do a little NBA.
So the NBA is implementing a new flopping rule, and I want to get your thoughts on if this is going to stop it. So what happened is
This has to do with LeBron James.
when a referee calls a flop, there will be a non-unsportsmanlike technical foul called on the offending player, and the opposing team will get a free throw. So the referee doesn't have to stop play to call this. They can call it at a timeout and go back and review and see if there was a flopping and make the call.
So
you like this?
So kind of like, when they don't know if it was a 2 or a 3, they raise their hand and say, hey, mark this spot. We'll go back and we'll review it.
Correct.
I do, because some of the flopping is just, it's borderline soccer player. Like, dude, nobody touched you and you just fell. I do like the fact, okay, the players, you shoot the technical free throws, and it doesn't count as technicals. Though.
Correct.
So it hurts your team, but you still get to stay in the game. So, yeah, I like this.
Yeah, so they're not going to call this, and then it adds off to another technical you get later on. It doesn't count at all. You won't get kicked out. Let's talk about the Blazers in Miami here, because there's a lot going on regarding Dame and Miami. Barry Jackson, who covers the Heat for the Miami Herald, says the Blazers have been unmotivated to engage with the Miami Heat in an attempt to find a trade that works. Of course, earlier in the week, one of the reporters for the Blazers reported that Miami's most recent offer to the Blazers included Tyler Hero, 3 first-round draft picks, possibly a young player, and a filler. But according to other reports, Portland wants at least 4 first-round picks. Now, Portland seems to be playing hardball here. Is this like real hardball, or are they just going to have to just deal with it and get whatever they can for Dame?
No, they're going to have to deal with it and get whatever they can for Dame. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that whole DeBrincat saga where, Ottawa tried to act like, we got bargaining power. No, you don't. When you're done, when you come off of your bender and you sober up the next morning, give me a call. And I think that's what Miami is. I mean, because he's painted himself into the corner where it's only the Heat. Now, unless you can get a 3rd or 4th team to jump in here, but why would you? If you're the Pistons, why would you help either of these teams out? So, no, I mean, in the end, Portland's going to get nothing for him because it's not like Miami is going to send you they're going to send you a bunch of tryhards. That's it. You're not going to get Jimmy Butler. So, it's really not worth it.
There's been a lot of chatter between the NBA champion Denver Nuggets and the LA Lakers. So on a podcast, Darvin Ham, the LA Lakers head coach, was on the podcast recently, and they brought up Mike Malone to him. He says, oh, wow, you're going to bring up Money Mike, man. The Lakers' daddy, which is what they're calling Mike Malone. He's the Lakers' daddy. Says that's what they call him now, the Lakers' daddy. God bless his soul. This ain't over. God bless his soul. Now, the NBA is no stranger of storylines and setting up things for TV purposes. And this is going to be one of those things where they're going to be on national TV every game they play.
Oh, this is Christmas Day.
Yeah.
This is great. Yeah, this has Christmas Day written all over it. It's going to be the 8 o'clock primetime game. Coach Ham, it's over. I mean, it's over. He is. Just, you know what? Yeah. He put you out. He's won the title. They did it the right way. It's over. I guess you can't get punked if you're Darvin Ham. You got to stand up for your team, but they're better than you. And they proved it. You had an opportunity. You played a bunch of close games, but in the end, you lost 4 of them. LeBron had a chance. He had a chance to actually win, and nothing happened.
So Kenny just walked in and handed you a picture that I wanted you to see before I get to this next story here, okay? So hold on one second.
Okay.
Tyler Hero is working out. He's preparing for the season. Whether he gets traded or not doesn't matter. But he sent out a tweet that a lot of NBA media picked up where he was working out with Ben Simmons. What do you see in that picture that I just showed you?
There's Tyler Hero holding a kid.
Yeah, he's in a break, apparently, or whatever.
And Ben Simmons just sitting down.
Right.
Doing nothing.
This is the picture that he decided to show everyone, saying, yeah, I'm working out with Ben Simmons. Well, Ben Simmons is doing everything that he's been doing all year.
Can we just
sitting down on the bench?
Right. Hey, let me show you. There's ways of sitting down, okay? You can sit on the edge, but see, that hurts your butt a little bit later. So you want to get back. You want to get comfortable. You want to make sure your knees are bent in the correct position. And then you kind of have a look like you care what's going on, but you know you're still rich. So that's about it. And it's like, hey, Ben, are we going to shoot some shots? Shots? I don't shoot shots in the game. Why would I shoot shots in practice?
This was the worst picture to send out. But my question for you regarding, because
Are we finally just going to be done on Ben Simmons and realize
Yes.
that he is a failure? He's a flop. He may be a great human being, but this former top pick has not remotely lived up to what we thought he was going to be. I know, but Mike we could bring it. No. I don't see him anywhere. David, every now and then you get that athlete that you see that they're really good at something, but this is not their passion. Like Kyler Murray's really good at being quarterback, but being quarterback is not his passion. And you see it in their practice and work ethics. And this is Ben Simmons sitting on the bench working hard. Got a towel in his hand. He's been sweating.
I'm like, somebody for either team needs to say, look, this probably isn't the best photo to show.
If I'm Tyler Hero, I'm not working out with Ben Simmons. Why would you work out with Ben Simmons? Like, what is he going to teach you? If you told me I'm working out with Steph Curry, David, I can learn some stuff. You know, you don't like him, but you're working out with LeBron.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes
I'm
sense.
working out with Giannis. I'm working out with people who I'm trying to get better than, who are better than me, who can teach me something. The only reason you work out with Ben Simmons is so that you can look good, because you know you're going to be the best one on the court, but you're not going to gain anything from it at all. Like, I don't understand. Talk about pointless. This was pointless right here. You're better off just going and taking your child off to Disney World, and you'll get a better workout than playing with Ben Simmons.
Probably so. So that leads me into the next question here. I need to ask you if this guy's career is over. You remember Lonzo Ball?
Yeah.
Lonzo Ball last played in January of 2022. He had a knee injury. He initially was supposed to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Then there was some discomfort and a complication of that. So he had a second surgery in September of last year. And now in March, they announced that he was going to have a third surgery because he was having more problems. He was going to undergo a cartilage transplant on his left knee. And at the time, they said the surgery timeline was not known. But they've announced recently he will be out for the year. Out for the year, and they received a disabled player exception from the NBA, $10.2 million. But this is 3 surgeries now in 2 years.
I think
it's over.
He's about to go the route of the Greg Odens, just can't stay healthy. It's unfortunate. David, allegedly, from what I've heard, you know what caused all of this? Big Baller Brand shoes.
Oh, wow.
That's speculation, but from what I've heard from people in the NBA, it was the shoes that his father was pimping. Because remember, he dropped that label and switched over to Nike.
He did.
But apparently, the wear and tear.
He did enough damage in it.
Right. Those shoes were for show, not for actual playing. Like NBA shoes, spoiler alert, the shoes you buy at your store
those are not the shoes.
Are not the shoes that the players wear. Their shoes, snug, like, wow, these are so different from the pair of Jordans or whatever you go get at the local mall or you get off Amazon. Nothing like that, people. NBA shoes are they're almost form-fitting to your feet. I was shocked when I felt the difference. Like, this is nothing like that.
Yeah, sadly, his career is probably over. That is your NBA fast break.
Three o'clock on a football Friday. Why is it football Friday? It's the middle of the summer. I am not trying to rush the summer. I'm simply saying it's 50 days, 5-0, till we kick off college football in this state. So it's got us in the festive mood. We're thinking a lot of football. But I do have something for you Lions fans. We talked about would you take a national title if it meant that your program would end up, your coach would get fired within 3 years. If you missed that, hit the Odyssey Rewind. But right now, and looking at the Lions' schedule, David, everybody is geared up for the game Thursday, September 7th at Kansas City, at Arrowhead. You're going up against the Chiefs, Super Bowl champions. What are you going to do? How are you going to figure? Is this going to jumpstart this season? If you lose that game, is that an acceptable loss? I don't really think people really know how they want to feel about that Chiefs game. But I will say this. I'm looking at the schedule. There are 3 games that are very important. There are 3 games that I would circle for this Lions team that I think you must win. That I think if you want to have a successful season, you have to win these 3 games. I'm going to tell you what my 3 games are. If you have games that you feel this team has to win, give us a call, 248-539-9797. But I will simply say this. I'm not including the first game because I don't really think the first game is going to tell you a lot about this team. I think it'll be a lot of hype. To me, the first game that the Lions must win is the Week 2 game, September 17th at home against Seattle. Why is that? Seattle was the reason why you didn't make the playoffs. You beat Seattle, you own the tiebreaker, you're in. You stopped Seattle on the 4th down, you're in. You made Geno Smith the man that he was last year. He was a Pro Bowler because he got all his confidence coming into Ford Field and destroying your defense. You get a chance to right that wrong. And it's here at Ford Field again. You get to show that the defense is better. You get to show that the team is better. That's game number 1. You want to take a guess what the second game is?
At Green Bay.
David?
Because I just put that one on my list for mine.
At Green Bay. You got to go to Green Bay. Why? You have to make sure that Jordan Love does not rise up and become this quarterback. The Dragon is slayed, is wounded. You ran Aaron Rodgers out of town. You got to make sure that Green Bay does not come back. This is your chance to just end Jordan Love and the Green Bay season early and show them, new sheriff in town, we're not having this anymore. And it's Green Bay. It's probably going to be warm. So you don't have to worry about freezing cold temperatures. You can go into Green Bay and just beat them on the road. The third game that I think is the most crucial game that they have to win. The third most important game on the Lions schedule. Want to take a guess? Kenny.
At Minnesota, because that's on my list.
No. It is not at Minnesota.
It's Christmas Eve. That was mine. I figure that's the game you clinch on.
No. David, want to take a chance at this?
All right, I'm going to throw my next one on my list and see if it's on yours. At the Chargers.
No.
Oh.
No, not at the Chargers. When are they at the Chargers? Oh, no, November 12th.
Yeah, that would be after the bye week.
At SoFi. No, not there.
Bears.
Monday, October 30th.
Right before the bye week.
Monday night, Ford Field, Las Vegas Raiders. Here's why that game is so important. The world is watching. Everybody is watching you. You cannot go out there and lose this game. You cannot go out there and get embarrassed in this game. I know here in Detroit, you've all fully bought in. But nationally, here's your opportunity to really sell your point and drive it home nationally. When people see the Lions and you see these nationally televised games, it's normally on Thanksgiving. And what do the Lions normally do on Thanksgiving? They lose, okay? Here's your chance to go out there while everybody is watching, and you get the win against the Raiders. Those are the things that I think will help this team. Those are the 3 most important games to me. What are your 3 most important games, Detroit? 248-539-9797. Those games right there. Week 2, Seattle, here in Detroit. You get to right the wrongs of last year. You get to put Geno Smith back in his place. You may be 2-0, or you may be 1-1 at the end of that game if you win. But it also says, too, in the event that you lose at Kansas City, you can't lose week 2. Because statistically speaking, teams that start off 0-2 normally don't make the playoffs. Now, I know, spare me the whole, well, the Cincinnati Bengals did it last year. You don't have Joe Burrow. So miss me with that. You go 0-2, and a lot of people's hopes and dreams, we talked about, well, you got to win a division. You got to, no. You start 0-2, and statistically speaking, this ain't me being a hater, but statistically speaking, you're not going to make the playoffs. That game at Green Bay, and what was that, week 4? You basically have to make sure that Green Bay stays down, that they don't rise back up. You don't want Love to get any type of confidence whatsoever. And finally, the Raiders on Halloween weekend. Everybody is watching. This is your chance to just show people that this team is exactly what Detroit believes that it is, that they're a different team. They're not same old Lions, that they can go out there and they can win games. Everybody watching Monday night. Can you rise to the occasion? Can you get this thing done? And you got a team that I think is winnable. You can beat the Raiders. Not that difficult. What are your games that you've circled that the Lions must show up and win in this upcoming season? And don't tell me you haven't looked at the schedule, because everybody's played that schedule game. Everybody has circled, oh, this is the game they could win. I think this is the game they could shock the world. What are your games right here, right now? 248-539-9797.
My question is, it's on David's list, it's on my list, it's on your list. Is Seattle the most must-win game? Presuming we lose to KC week 1, which everybody is, which is fair. Seattle, you can't start 0-2.
You can't.
You got Seattle, it's at home. That's the get-right spot, right? I wish I could bet in advance to week 2 instead of just wait till week 1.
It's the get-right spot, Kenny, because in the event that you lose to Kansas City, which I think you will, but I didn't put Kansas City on the list because if you lose to Kansas City, that's no shame. That's Super Bowl champions, MVP and Mahomes.
It's how you look against Kansas City that's really going to be the important thing. I don't think anybody's projecting the Lions to win that game.
Don't let the game be over in the first quarter.
Yeah, right, exactly. Hang with them like, remember the Bills on Thanksgiving? Do that. Do something like that. Hang with them.
Right, we're on the next Monday. We're in here talking about, or that Friday, man, if they would have just made this play or they would have just called that timeout, they could have won that thing. Seattle is, because if you lose to Kansas City and you lose to Seattle, I think it's like a 15% chance you make the playoffs.
It may have grown, but going into last year, it was 9.5%.
Right.
Of teams.
So less than 10% chance that you will make the playoffs. Cincinnati may have improved the numbers last year because Cincinnati lost to Pittsburgh and they lost to somebody else early that they shouldn't have.
Correct.
But then they made the playoffs. If you lose to Seattle, you're right. Seattle almost becomes number 1. To me, Green Bay. No, I say the Raiders are number 2 for me, and then Green Bay. Because you just don't want Green Bay coming back up.
See, and it's also not only the 0-2 thing why Seattle's important, but it's what happened last year. That game became a tiebreaker game for the Lions.
Yeah.
So you need to win that game. That is an NFC game.
You exercise the demons. Geno Smith became Geno Smith that day. I remember we made fun of Geno Smith all of that week. Mike was like, oh, that's Geno Smith over there. He's horrible. He's horrible. He wasn't so horrible. Ended up being a Pro Bowler. I know being a Pro Bowler doesn't mean that much, but he was. And he looked like it in that game. Over 90 points were scored. You couldn't stop him. He did what he wanted to do. Plain and simple. And he's the reason why you didn't make the playoffs. Because they won their game against the Rams. They had the tiebreaker over you. You don't get to go. 248-539-9797. What are your games that the Lions must win this season?
Can I give you, because I told you what my third game, because I agree with you on Seattle, agree with you on Green Bay, but I placed the Chargers on there, and that's at the Chargers. That is the week after the bye for them. And I don't right now, of course, we don't know what they do in the first half. Whatever, regardless of what they do, whether they're good, whether they're in the middle or bad, they have to start the second half off strong. And that's a road game. And I think that's why it's important for them to win that. Starting on the road to start your second half of the year. That starts the run towards the playoffs in my mind.
See, David, that's why I guess I don't have a lot of those games later on.
You just don't know yet.
Because if you lose those 3 games, the rest of the season is null and void. You're starting off in a deficit again. I don't know if you can pull the same rabbit out the hat. I don't know if that can happen. That's why, week 2, week 4, and week 8 are my games that are the 3 most important games for the Lions this upcoming season. Seattle at home, at Green Bay, at the Raiders. Because I think the other games you can. Now, the more and more I look at it, man, that it's good as you play the Falcons in week 3 here because the Falcons are a little scary. But Seattle, that's a playoff team. That's a team that you want to be like it or not. You want to be like them. They made the playoffs. You didn't. The Raiders are for national perception because whenever you're on national TV, you don't do well. You beat the Packers last year, but outside Detroit, I don't know if anybody was watching the games because all the playoff spots were locked up. So it was football on, but you were kind of background noise because there was no repercussions. There was nothing that could happen in that game. Whether you won or lost, nothing was going to happen. I guess Green Bay could have won, but once you started winning, I think people kind of tuned out. You need to follow that victory up with you're in the primetime spot on Monday night, Halloween weekend. You got the Raiders in town. You got to go out there. You got to make it happen. You got to get it done. What's your 3 most important games this upcoming season for the Lions? 248-539-9797. Get your calls, your ticket text next, 97.1. So the question is, what are the three most important games in this upcoming Lions schedule? I say week 2 is the most important. Because depending on what happens in Kansas City, you do not want to fall and go to 0-2 in the NFL. You got about a 10% chance of making the playoffs after that. To me, the other games at Green Bay. And I simply say that because, one, you're going to get probably great weather. It won't be cold. And you get a chance just to end Green Bay's season early and show that you are the top dog in the division. It's not them. And finally, to me, the Las Vegas Raiders, Halloween weekend, Monday night, Ford Field. Why? Everybody's going to be watching. You need people to see you winning and doing well. And this is not Thanksgiving Day where you always seem to lose the game. Everybody's watching. Here's your chance to gain fans and notoriety and everything throughout the nation. Those are the 3 games, and they're all before the bye week because I think it's crucial for this team to start strong. I don't know if you can pull off another 1-6 miracle and follow it up with 8-2. I just don't see that happening again. Same reason why people don't believe, the Vikings got lucky. Well, you kind of did too. You started off 1-6. Most teams don't go on an 8-2 run, and you still didn't make the playoffs. That's why week number 2, Seattle, is a gigantic game. 248-539-9797. Parker, you're on 97.1.
All right. Hey, so I do want to say I do agree with you for the Raiders game. 100% national TV, Monday Night Football, got to show what you're about. But I also argue that Chargers game, the week after the bye, you get your bye week, and you got to go to L.A. against a pretty good Chargers team with a top 5 quarterback in the league, arguably. You got to show them what you're about on defense because that Chargers offense is fantastic. I think if we shut down that Chargers offense, there is a lot of promise, especially coming out of the bye. I love it. And then my third most important game, I got to say it. It's the Dallas game in Week 17. Wow. I mean, I know. I like your reasoning for saying early in the year, but still, if you're good, if you're 9-5, 9-6 going into that game, you can't lose at Dallas. You just can't. Because I don't know if 10-7 will get us in the playoffs this year. It might. It might with this division. This division doesn't look like it's going to be any good. But still, I think if we win in Dallas, I think there's no debate this could be a Super Bowl contender. I don't know about a front runner, but they can definitely contend if they win at Dallas.
And see, and I, you know what, you and David agree on a lot of different things. The Charger game,
it's important. You're starting your second half. You got to start strong.
See, I'm more concerned about the first half.
And I understand why you are. I get that because we just don't know
and the Cowboy
when the Charger game comes. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if that's the case, then I got to go with Kenny if that's the Cowboy game and go with the Minnesota game. But that late in the year.
That's late to say that's very important.
Right. That's why I think the early ones starting off are the games. 248-539-9797. Tim, you are on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, man. Hold on.
Long time. I like that. Long time listener, sometimes caller.
Well, you know what? I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, sir. I just wanted to ask you, if Detroit gets in there and they beat Kansas City, do you think there'd be any type of stop in Detroit because of such a big victory?
Wait, you said if they beat Kansas City, would there be any what in Detroit?
I said if the Lions beat Detroit, would there? If the Lions beat Kansas City,
right?
Do you think there'd be any stop in Detroit because they'd be so pumped that they beat the Super Bowl champs?
Well, if they did, I think that's why another reason why Week 2 is the most important game for me. Can you show me that you can do it again and you're not still celebrating the Kansas City victory?
Exactly. Keep the head in the game. And I think in our division, the team to beat is going to be Minnesota. I think Minnesota is going to be pretty good this year.
It is, and I think the NFL agrees with you, which is why that Minnesota game is the final 2 weekends, week 16 and week 18.
Yeah,
of
2
the
out of the
season.
last 3, so that's important.
So, no,
Right.
I get you with Minnesota, but, man, you got to make it to Minnesota, and you got to make sure that those games actually mean something, Tim. That's why I'm more concerned with the games at the beginning. Appreciate the phone call, Tim, but, yeah, you got to win early. Got to get that out the way, David, before you start wondering about Minnesota and the Cowboys. I'll even go with the Chargers. Like, this is, I don't know. I mean, I get, Justin Herbert, but is Justin Herbert really good, or is he just make-believe good? I like Justin Herbert, but, man, he's disappointing. So, you got any ticket text before we get back to the phone line?
Yeah, the most intriguing games are against the NFC teams. They'll be battling for a playoff spot. I'm not banking on winning the division like most. So, Seattle, Saints, and Cowboys would be his most important 3. Someone says, total overreaction. The mental toughness of this team was shown in the 8-2 finish. Even if they lose the first 2 games, worst case scenario is 11-6.
Okay. You could say that all you want. Numbers say you start off 0-2, you're not making – there's a 90% chance you will not make the playoffs. Okay, let's put that in perspective, okay? It's a 90% chance, meaning chances are pretty good you're not. But let's make this, if I said you had a 90% chance of winning the Powerball tomorrow, how would you feel about it? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, real good.
Means you got a really good shot of this happening.
I'm already in my head thinking of what to buy.
Right. There's a 90% chance you will not make the playoffs. That's not me being a hater. Those are facts. Those are numbers. So, one more. Let's get in. We get back to the phone lines.
Seattle, Green Bay away game, and Carolina. 2 are home games, and Carolina ran through us last year, the most important 3.
Okay. Carolina with a new QB, though. So, we'll see about that. Mitch, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you, Mitch?
Good. Hey, good afternoon. So I got the most important game, and I said it. It's a big ask to get Kansas City that first win there, and and I'm just thinking, it gives us a lot of breathing room. I'm looking at the first half of the schedule here. What happens if we, perhaps have a tough time with Seattle and the Falcons? And then another big game that I had was with Green Bay. I think if we can get those 2 out of the way, it's a lot easier, and it really puts Ben Johnson. If he can beat that Kansas City team, PFF has Ben Johnson as the top offensive coordinator right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's see what he's got.
Oh yeah. He'll be gone by the end of the year if you're going out doing that. Kansas City is the one. I'm not really counting that game because I don't see you winning that game. It doesn't mean you can't have a great season. I just don't see you winning that game. They can get their rings. Everything is going to be leaning against you going in there winning it. Seattle, the next week, that's the most important game. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to your ticket text next. We'll also get to a little bit of college football as well, 97.1. Hey, hold on. You've heard me talk about DuckDuckGo. Why? Because you need to download DuckDuckGo. It's a private browser that can block trackers. Things won't just follow you along because you did a search and now you're seeing it everywhere. DuckDuckGo puts an end to that. But you need to download it today. Go to the App Store, download it for free, or just simply visit duckduckgo.com. We are 50 days away from week 1 in college football. So we decided, what if we did a little preseason college football, professional football blitz? David, hit it.
So here's how we're going to do it today. This is not setting it in stone, nothing like that. We're not going to hold you to this. This is preseason. We're going to do over-under wins in college, and then we'll go to the pros. So let's start with, and I'm going to place them together because it's basically asking who wins the ACC. Clemson, Florida State, both over-unders, 9.5. Kenny.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this. Clemson has Florida State, Notre Dame on their schedule. Not the easiest route, so I could see 9 wins, so I'll take the under there. Florida State has a bunch of returning players. I think maybe the most in the country. So I'm going to take the over for them.
Rico.
I think Clemson was done a long time ago.
I was waiting on that.
Yeah, Dabo, smoke and mirrors. He did his thing. Give me Florida State. I'll take the over on Florida State, the under for Clemson.
Well, we're not being held to this. I agree with everyone. I was going to do the opposite, but it doesn't matter. There's no standings to this afterwards.
No,
I agree.
Be truthful, David. Don't lie to the people.
I have a feeling that Florida State's going to fail. They're going to fall, and they'll win 9, but Clemson will be the team that wins the 10 games.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to go with right now. Let's move over to the Pac-12. USC and Washington. They're over-under 9.5. Start with you, Rico.
I think USC and Lincoln Riley realized that the thing that was missing from that team last year, they couldn't play any defense. They could score, but they couldn't stop anybody, and you saw that. That's why they got put out, and they lost the Pac-12 championship, and they didn't go to the playoffs. I like Washington. I like Michael Penix Jr., but I think USC just has way too much firepower. So I'm going to say USC will win that conference. But, David, they both may end up hitting the over.
Yeah, I have the under for USC and the over for Washington. USC, there's just 10 wins. Feels like just a lot for some of these teams. I like Michael Penix quite a bit. I'll put the over there.
So I looked through both teams' schedules to see, who had certain teams on the road and at home. And I wondered, where does Utah sit on the schedule for both of them? Well, they both have Utah at home. And Utah right now is at 8.5. So that's why I believe the 9.5 was for both of these teams. Rico, Kenny, I think they both go 10. I'm going over for both.
Well, you know what? I take that back. Maybe I'll go under for Washington because they're going to lose in East Lansing as well. So.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there.
But Utah is a thorn in the side. It's a team that nobody ever talks about.
Especially for USC.
So Utah has to play on the road.
For both. They have to go to USC and go to Washington.
Yeah, I think USC can outscore them. And Washington, man, the Husky Stadium is pretty nice. Too bad they sold out and capped it. But, when you used to be able just to look out on the water, that was pretty nice.
Let me ask you this, if this matters, and I know we'll move on. I don't want to get too serious here, but for Washington's schedule.
Pac-12 football.
Back-to-back at USC November 4th and then at home against Utah. Will that matter on their side of it?
Washington back-to-back with USC and Utah. Yeah, that's going to matter a lot because that's going to take a lot out of the team. So this is probably more Pac-12 talk than we'll do all season long.
For the rest of the year, correct. Let's move over to the SEC. Alabama over-under 10.5. Georgia over-under 11.5. And I'm going to start here. I'm going to go under for Bama. They still win 10. Under still 10. Georgia, I'm also going to go under. They are replacing a lot, including the starting quarterback. And that is the one that matters to me. That replacement matters to me. So I'm going under for both.
Yeah, I'm going to go over for both. As much as I hate picking over for Alabama, I'm going to do it. They're going to win 11. Georgia, Orbital's ramming speed. It's back to back. It's magical. They're going to be fine at quarterback. Everybody relax. They got tons of weapons out there. Defense extraordinary. Back to back. What's that? Back to back.
Go ahead, Rico. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
you got Oregon, but it's in Atlanta, Georgia, Samford, not Stanford, but Samford and Son. At South Carolina. Oh my God. Kent State, Cass Tech, Cooley High,
King,
Homecoming, King, West Side Cubs. Florida, at Florida. Okay. Oh, Joe Milton in Tennessee, but you got them at home.
I have the whole Big Ten. I don't want to hear from you. The Big Ten's trash. Enjoy your conference.
I want to say they're going to lose. They're not going to lose 2 games. So Georgia will go over, and of course you don't play Alabama ever. So I'm going to say Bama. Bama was struggling last year, David, and I don't know. Well, a lot of times we dismiss it. Like we dismissed Ohio State and said, "Oh, they'll just fix it," and they didn't. So I'm going to go under for Bama. I'm going to go over for Georgia.
All right, let's quickly go through this one because no one really cares about the Big 12. Big 12, Texas, Oklahoma, over under 9.5. Kenny.
Some people have chronic knee pain. Some people have chronic shoulder pain. Texas has chronic overrated syndrome. So I'm going to go with the under there. Oklahoma over.
I'm going to go under for both teams. The reason being, it's their final year, and every team wants to take advantage of this. And call me a conspiracy theory person. I don't think they're going to get any favorable calls because they're leaving the conference, and they want to make sure they leave the conference with a bunch of L's.
Steve Sarkisian says they're going to go out on top in Texas before they leave the Big 12. So I'm going to go under. They go under 9.5. Oklahoma goes under 9.5 as well. Let's move over to the Big 10. Ohio State is at 10.5. Michigan is at 10.5. Michigan State, 5.5.
Okay, I'm going to go over for Michigan State because I think their defense is enough that I think that they could fall anywhere between that 7 to 9 win victory. Michigan, there's only 3 games, and I guess that's why it's 10.5. There's 3 games that I would concern me if I were a Michigan fan. It would be Ohio State, it would be Penn State, and it would be Michigan State. And I know you're like, Michigan State, yes, because Mel Tucker's 2-1 against Jim Harbaugh, okay? You don't respect them, but they get up for that game. I'm going to go, I think Michigan will lose one of them. So I'm going to go over for Michigan. For Ohio State, same. I think they'll lose one of them. So I'm going to go over, I guess, all 3.
Yeah, I'll go over for Michigan, under for Ohio State, and over for Michigan State.
Yeah, I'm going to go over Ohio State because the Big Ten's a joke. Same thing for Michigan State. But Michigan, we've all discussed it. The road through the Big Ten goes through Michigan. So I'll go over for that as well.
So let's go over to the NFL, have a little fun here. I'm going to start in the AFC East because I put them all there. They're right bunched up together. You have the Bills over under at 10.5, the Dolphins at 9.5, and the Jets at 9.5. Rico?
Bills under, Jets over, Dolphins. What was the Dolphins?
9.5.
Under.
These first couple are really tricky. I like the over for the Bills, but they'll just win 11 games. And I like the under for the Dolphins winning exactly 9 games. I think they have those totals set at exactly the right spot. The Jets, I like to pick against Aaron Rodgers out of spite and also because I think he's washed, he's finished, so I'll go under there too.
Yeah. I was about to say, let's just fast forward to the stuff that we care about.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about the AFC.
The Bills are going to go under. The Dolphins are going to go over. The Jets are going to go under. You want to move over to the 49ers. The 49ers over under 10.5.
That's just disrespectful right there. That's just, you know what? I'm not even going to give that. No, that's over.
Mr. Privilege to the podium. I guess it's an over.
No, it's not an over. It's an under. They don't have a quarterback. Let's move over to the NFC North. Okay, this is what everybody cares about. The Vikings right now over under 8.5. The Lions right now 9.5.
So the Lions are 9.5. And San Francisco's 10.5. That's disrespectful. Vikings are what, 8.5? I think the Vikings are over. I got the Vikings over. I got the Lions under. I think the Lions win 9 games.
The Lions will win double digits. That's well established. And if they do that, they're going to beat the Vikings twice. So that's an under there, too.
Yeah, the Vikings are going under, and the Lions are going over. They're going to win 11 games this year. That's my prediction. And that is your over-under in football today.
All right. The infamous bad bite. You know what was really funny today? Pre-show meeting. Powerball probably going to get up to like $900 million. So Kenny was like, hey, would you give me $1 million if you won? I was like, Kenny, I would give you $1 million, but it comes with stipulations. You got to do some things in order for me to give you $1 million. And I would give it to you tax-free. I would just hand you, like in the movies, I would just hand you a briefcase with $1 million in it. IRS doesn't have to know anything. I paid all the taxes, but comes with stipulations. So then we just started firing around with everybody trying to see what was that line. Like, no, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that. I found out David would not. Kenny was like, if I gave you $1 million, would you just sit down and get hammered with me? And David said no. Not going to do it. Against my morals. I was like, you know what? Good for you. Kenny was like, Kenny, you got to move out on your own. Going to become a man, Kenny. Get a house, a mortgage, stuff. Kenny was down for the cause. Roberto, I was just like, no. Just show me the sewer, and I can just dump the money down in that.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. But it would be kind of – the take-home is going to probably be close to $300 million. Because Jimmy was like – the program, Petey was like, you would just quit. I was like, you would like to think that you would stick around, but you probably won't. You would stick around until somebody asks you to do something you didn't want to do. Hey, Kenny, could you go get that for me? No. And I quit. Get your own damn papers.
Like, Kenny, go cut that audio for me. I'm out. Can't do this. I'm done.
No. Yeah. You know what? Why don't you? How about no? So yeah, it's like, what is that thing? Like, Kenny, is there something that if I said you have to do this, you wouldn't do it?
It would have to be something relatively extreme, just because.
I said, Kenny, you got to cut your beard. You shaving it?
I'd shave it. That's.
Wait, you had to think about it?
Yeah, I did, because I look like a 15-year-old boy if I shave that. I have baby face syndrome like you would not believe. So yeah, I did think about it for a second there, but ultimately I'd shave it off. That wouldn't be a problem. Okay. I'd hate it. You'd laugh at me, and that's fine. But yeah, no, there's not a whole lot.
No, I said David would have to have son number 4.
Don't know. I mean, he's already working on that right now. Let's be honest.
Right, I was about to say he's doing that for free.
Right, no money. What are you talking about?
He's doing that for free. Roberto, is there something for you that you just were like, no, I'm not doing it. Keep your money. I know I'm asking for it right now.
I don't think so. I'd say I'd be the opposite of David. I'd turn down $1 million if you said I couldn't get hammered.
So yeah, Roberto, you can't have one drink for 365 consecutive days.
Movie Easy Money that Kenny and I like. Yeah, that's the premise of a good movie. I would try. I think I would try my hardest, but it would be tough.
Cause see, I like for Rieger. For Rieger, it would be like either A, you can't gamble, or this will get Rieger. Rieger couldn't do this. Rieger, you can't go on social media for 1 year.
Oh, I could do it.
Rieger couldn't do it. Well, I know you, because Roberto replies to stuff that people sent us like 5 months ago. That's funny. Oh, wow, that was funny 5 months ago, Roberto.
You know what's funny is there are people that I actually think for $1 million would not be able to quit social media. It's that much of an addiction for people. For 365 days, if you just hit delete on all the accounts.
For 365 days, I would hand you the phone. You could delete everything out of there. I'm done. You could change my passwords to make sure I'm done.
Yeah, there's certain people that I know in my life who wouldn't be able to. It's just not an option.
Do you realize how enriched your life would be? Not only with the money, but after a year, I promise you, you wouldn't go back. You wouldn't go back to social media.
I might be one of those people that can't give it up.
You kidding me, David?
I might be, man. I don't know. I think I'm addicted to social media.
David, you can't give up social media. Just get your news the old-fashioned way. Just turn on the TV.
Read the newspaper.
Right. Or just turn
know.
on the TV and see what is. Man, David, if you did that, your life, you probably wouldn't go back. You would realize
you're probably right. I wouldn't.
all the negative stuff that
Yeah.
you just put into your life reading social media. It's depressing.
Yeah, you're right about that. No, you're probably right. I need
But
to.
you couldn't do it.
No, I'm saying I'm questioning if I can do it.
David would be looking like Pookie from New Jack City over there shaking with his phone in the corner.
But I wonder, like,
that Twitter be calling me, man. It be calling me.
like with David's job and your job, like how much would you say you count on social media for your, to know everything about sports?
I don't need it.
You the only reason why is if something breaks instantly.
Correct.
And you can see it. But if
Correct.
you wait,
Yeah,
it
I don't
pops up
need it.
on CBS Sports Line or Fox Sports or wherever.
David says he doesn't need it. I bet Twitter's on his screen right now. Or one of the tabs. Well, yeah.
Well, he hasn't had $1 million yet.
At the beginning of every day, he's like, what do I need to pull up? Take a text, got that email, no problem. Oh, yeah, Twitter, I need that.
No, don't get me wrong.
I need it for the instant, like he said, in case something happened instantly. Like I needed to tell you about the DeBrincat. If it was happening on the show, I needed to tell you.
Kenny was so annoying. What was it last week where he was just staring 2 inches from the screen, just hitting refresh, 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 refresh. I mean, come on. You were like on crack.
So, yeah, Roberto, would you burn your record collection? Just a big bonfire, and when we're done, it's just a bunch of melted wax.
Well, if you think about it, if the collection's worth, I don't know, 20 grand or something, I would just try to replace everything that I could.
Right, but you would have to toss all your favorite records into the fire.
Ooh.
Oh, this Kiss record. There you go. It's a little chilly in here, Roberto. Why don't you go ahead and drop a few more Kiss albums in there?
And I'm sure one or two of those are really, really hard to find. Like, it's not just like you're throwing I can replace it. I'm sure there's at least a couple that are not going to be easy to replace.
That's the one your father first bought you. Toss it in. Toss it in. And while we're at it, toss in your guitars, too.
I think you got me on one. I don't think I could do it.
You couldn't do it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
Rico, what about one of those like vanity Michigan plates on the back of your vehicle? Would you do that? $1 million. There you go, right in your pocket.
Yeah.
Really?
I'd go steal John's Go Blue plate.
You might hate Michigan more than anybody that I know.
It's $1 million.
But it's $1 million.
I don't care.
You throw your pride away. What about a Michigan hat while you're at it?
Your comic book collection.
Oh!
Like you. I can replace them all. Here's the box. There you go.
I now have $1 million. I can go buy some others.
Right. At this point, I can go get Chadwick Boseman's coffin and put it in my living room.
Oh. Wow, that went a place I didn't think it was going to go. Oh, my God.
I got the real Black Panther right here.
How about Stan Lee's ashes?
Right.
Oh,
You want to say hi to Stan Lee? He's right here. No, Kenny, I would. I'm fine. $1 million? How long do I have to keep the license plate?
I was going to say a year, but you seem pretty comfortable. So let's say 2 years.
Okay.
Or until you burn through that $1 million.
Right. Nah, that's fine. I could do that.
Yeah, let me read this real quick. Someone says, I gave up Facebook and Instagram for Lent 2 years ago, never reinstalled them. You struggle for about a week and then completely forget about it.
It's like anything. After a while, you learn to live with it. It's just like, I guess I really didn't need that after all. So it was just funny conversation we had. Powerball. It's a lot of money. So if all of a sudden you see Kenny out there looking like a baby face, I gave him $1 million and say hi to Junior. We got Who Said It coming up 97.1. Wow. It is coming down outside. I guess be careful. We got the news up in the studio. Debris flying up in the thumb area. So, yeah, if you don't have to be on the road, don't. If you are, please, 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 please be careful. Because, rain is coming down. Tornado warnings all throughout. So
check your car windows.
Well, it's a little too late now. A little too late now. Roberto, are you ready for Who Said It?
I am ready.
All right.
All right. You guys know the rules. We have new audio heard this week on this station. At any given time, I could throw in a curveball of a 97 Won the Ticket podcast. Are you ready to play the game?
So everybody's eligible.
Yes.
I guess, yeah. Rieger and Wojo, too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I was a big Nine Inch Nails fan, still am, and I like their version, but this is great.
I know that Rieger liked that type of music. I'm not sure what era, but I know that he liked rock type music. So I don't know who else would like that either. That's very specific. I'll say Rieger. I'm probably wrong.
Can I hear this again?
I was a big Nine Inch Nails fan, still am, and I like their version, but this is great. So they're saying that someone did a song better than Nine Inch Nails.
So they had to be talking about this coming out of the break, listening to the Jansen. I have no idea.
You know what? I'm going to go with the Old Soul on the at the ticket. I'm going to go with one James Costa.
That sounds like that's a good choice.
I have no idea. I'm just sounding confident.
But he is old, so.
He's an old soul.
All right, let's see. Did he say it? Who said it?
Well, I was a big Nine Inch Nails fan, still am.
Yeah.
And I like their version, but this was great.
Yeah, they were at the State Fair in Tecumseh.
What is the context? Why are they talking about music?
They were talking about what's your favorite cover version of a song, or somebody else did it and it was better than the original.
Okay.
Then Whitney Houston.
In what capacity?
The song, the Dolly Parton song that she did.
Oh, right.
I Will Always Love You.
I Will Always Love You.
That's right.
Much better than the original.
All right, here's another one, another short one. I don't come away from watching basketball with great opinions.
I mean, who on the station would have said that? Just setting yourself up for the L. You know what it could have been? Honestly, this could have been somebody saying this sarcastically. This could have been, I don't know. I'm trying to work my way around how this could work.
One more time, Roberto.
Yes, please.
I don't come away from watching basketball with great opinions.
I don't know. I'll guess Kang. I don't know. I'm lost.
I really don't want to have to say this.
Go ahead, David. We all Detroit is waiting for you to say it.
I really don't want to have to say this.
All of Detroit is waiting for you to say it.
Because this man does not care for basketball, and it's got to be Gator. Unbelievable that you would say this. I don't come away. Oh, please. I hope it's not him.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead. The Stoney does the whole basketball podcast because I was like, maybe this is Stoney's basketball podcast, but if you don't have opinions, then why are you doing
the podcast? Please.
You know what? I don't know why. I'm going to say Wojo.
With great opinions.
You better not play this, and it better not be.
All right, here we go. Is David right? Who said it?
I don't come away from watching basketball with great opinions. I don't come away from watching basketball with great opinions.
You know what? I felt that. I was like, that was just too easy. That was too easy. It was either going to be Gator or it was going to be Kenny.
Yeah.
So.
Could have been Kenny.
It could have been a Heather. Maybe you should have. That would have been a better guess than because she's not the sports person. So I don't know that. Sorry, David.
All right, here's the next one.
Let's move on.
All right, here we go. It's going to get even messier because I assume Fitzgerald is going to either have to file a lawsuit or try to get some settlement.
Well, we didn't talk about it at all this week, so that eliminates this show.
Can I hear this one more time? I got something in my head.
It's going to get even messier because I assume Fitzgerald is either going to have to file a lawsuit or try to get some settlement.
Yeah, that's cookies. Yeah. That's cookies.
That's exactly what I thought. A very put together opinion. Yeah, that's cookies.
See, I hear cookies, but man, I also I hear Wojo. Like when he tries to be real smart.
When he tries to be.
It's like, oh, no, guys, no. It's going to get even messier. Oh, I'm telling you. But yeah, I do hear cookies as well. Screw it. I'm going to go cookies.
Oh, Rico. Who said it?
Wojo.
It's going to get even messier because Fitzgerald is going to either have to file a lawsuit or try to get some sort of settlement.
Roberto's like, oh, Rico.
I just stopped breathing. I'm like, oh, no.
Oh, man.
It sounded like him when he tries to sound smart.
All right. Here's another one. Alan Trammell was very understated in the way that he played. Riley Green is a little understated in the way that he plays. You know, easy smile, easy going.
One more time in English, please.
Alan Trammell was very understated in the way that he played. Riley Green is a little understated in the way that he plays. You know, easy smile, easy going.
That's a lot of words to say nothing.
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm going to go Jansen.
He wasn't here this week, was he?
He was there towards the end of the week. Oh. Yeah. I don't see this being Jansen, though.
Alan Trammell.
Yeah, it's got to be Doug.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
That was Doug pontificating, letting you know something, and it's like, where are we going with this, Doug? I'm going Doug as well.
All right, everybody in? Who's at it?
Alan Trammell was very understated in the way that he played. Riley Green's a little understated in the way that he plays. Easy smile, easy going. And
the Bustin' Balls podcast with Pat Caputo.
Okay.
Which I said I could throw in at any time.
You did. All right, give us another one.
See, I was just thinking. I wasn't thinking there. I was just thinking because of baseball, and I know Doug was an Alan Trammell person. So,
all right, here we go.
That's a good one, Roberto. You got us there.
Here we go. I just think that Slurpees are overrated. I didn't say I don't like Slurpees, but if I'm going into 7-Eleven and I'm parched or whatever, I'm getting a pop.
Somebody hates Slurpees. Doug doesn't do anything with a color in it because he hates the way, makes his tongue or something. So. I have no clue.
I think this is a morning show. I'm going to go with Heather. That she probably did the story on Slurpees on July 11th when they give away free Slurpees.
That's not a bad guess. That actually changes my mind a little bit. I was going to guess Kang because I know the middays talk about Doug's anti-Slurpee opinions. And
Why do you hate Slurpees?
Well, he just doesn't drink them.
It's a color thing or something. He hates blue and all that other stuff.
In front of the microphone, David.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. No, he said he hates colors or whatever, like blue and stuff like that. That can, I don't know. It's weird. Now I could talk.
I'm gonna go with Kang.
Okay.
So you just changed my mind, Rico, because I was thinking Jansen. But if it's a July 11th Slurpee story, then it can't be Jansen because he wasn't here earlier in the week. The 11th was Tuesday. So he could have been here for that. So, yeah, I'll go with Heather.
All right, let's see if it's Heather. Who said it?
I just think Slurpees are overrated. I didn't say I don't like Slurpees, but when I go to a 7-Eleven, if I'm like parched or whatever, I'm getting a pop.
You're
Stoner.
pretty good. You're pretty good this week, Roberto.
The Godfather doesn't like Slurpees. Who knew?
You got a quick one?
Yeah, here's another food one for you. We love the deviled egg. At some point, it just kind of went away or something, or people just don't serve it enough. I don't think.
Said no one who is a
deviled egg.
decent person.
Gross. This has to be a very, very, very Tecumseh region.
This has to be an 85-year-old man.
Right. Yeah, this has Stoney written all over it, or it has Wojo written all over it.
I don't know.
I'll say Stoney.
We love the deviled egg.
I'm going to have you guess before me, Rico, because I heard this. I know who this is.
I have no idea. Doug? I'll go Doug.
It's Kang.
Okay.
They were talking about deviled eggs.
Is he right? Here we go.
We love the deviled egg. I don't know where at some point it just kind of went away or something.
Because
or
it
people
needs
just
to go
don't-
away, Kang.
You
All
don't-
right.
I don't think.
It needs to go away. Nobody eats deviled eggs.
I love them, but it's not something I
They
go
are-
crazy
they are
over.
literally the parsley of the picnic. They're on the
They're
table.
not bad.
They are. David.
Never cold eggs.
Oh,
Never,
my mother-in-law
ever,
makes
ever.
some great deviled eggs. They're amazing.
No one wakes up in the morning saying, you know what would hit the spot? Some deviled eggs.
Hers, I would. You need to try
Okay.
hers. My mother-in-law, I'll have her make some and bring them in.
We good.
There you have it.
Thank you, Roberto. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Look, you've been always wanting a sports car. Well, you know what? Hamilton Chevrolet is about to make your dreams come true with the July Rico deal. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive out in your 2023 Chevy Camaro, and you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, an auto transmission Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. That's why the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. And you know you've been always wanting that Chevy Camaro. Now is the time to go get that July Rico deal. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Make it happen. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. I knew I should have just stuck with Wojo. I'm so I didn't get one right. Couple ticket texts, David.
Ticket text just came in and says, yeah, and David got 2 right. I'm sorry, that was so personal. Sorry, my bad.
Deviled eggs.
Deviled eggs are legit.
Deviled eggs are not
Brad
legit.
and Embley. Literally, the only people I've heard say they don't like deviled eggs. Yo, you guys are freaks, they say.
Okay,
deviled eggs are delicious.
What is the appeal of deviled eggs? Why do I want to eat cold eggs?
It's because of the sauce. It's what you make to put in it. It's so good.
Okay, you know what? Add a little flour and some sugar and call it a cake, and I'm good. What is the appeal? It's the sauce makes it?
With my mother-in-law, the way she makes it, yes, it is that. This one, I love
and
this
people
next.
like, oh my God.
Oh, yes.
Big Mama's coming in with the deviled eggs.
Oh, yes. I will drive a long ways to get over there to get the deviled eggs.
Man, deviled eggs are the thing at the end of the picnic or the barbecue that you just toss it.
But not everyone
Anybody
makes them
want
right.
to take these? No, because they've sat in the sun all day.
Not everyone makes them right. I love this one. We love deviled eggs from the Tecumseh area.
Right.
Deviled eggs. David. Someone says Doug has never had a Slurpee. I guess he's addressed that this week. He's never had a Slurpee? What? Is he against fun?
No, but you know what? I was talking with Jimmy in the break. It's very sweet.
It is extremely sweet.
So after a while, and maybe it's because I've gotten older, it's just like, okay, yep, can't do this anymore.
I did go from the large to the I've got the small now. And
Kenny, you kind of saw him walking himself right into that, didn't you?
As soon as I said it, I said, oh no.
Yep, you just saw him walking right into that rake.
You know what? I'm done. I'm done.
I mean, that's the 7th seed in the 6th annual Stony and Wojo.
Yeah, you could see that one just building up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I can't. They're just very sweet, and no, I'm not seeing that happen. I'm still just the whole deviled eggs thing, David. Yeah.
A lot of people are saying you guys are wrong. The deviled egg slander, blasphemy. Oh, there's someone. Deviled eggs they're not gross. Take it back. Someone else is saying the gator who said it has to be a drop.
I thought that was just way too easy. I was like, no, I see what he did. I thought like Kenny, like maybe this is somebody being sarcastic. Nope. Okay.
Someone says the people that don't like deviled eggs are the same people that don't like their steak medium.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Come on, man.
I don't. But you know what? I'm paying for it.
No, you can do whatever you want.
Right.
I never tell nobody, oh, how dare you.
I've really never understood why people get so upset how other people eat their steak. And you know who only gets upset? The medium or the rare people.
Correct.
I've never heard well-done people get angry. You eating it rare? All right, man. If you want to eat it that way, eat it that way.
You're right. It never goes the other way.
It does not go the other way. But oh my God, if you eat your steak rare, you're ruining the steak, and now you want to give me this whole dissertation of this breakdown and all of that, and the juices. I'm like, you mean the blood? No, the juices. No, that's red. That's blood. Well, it's scientifically no, bro. You know what? We good. We good. You eat yours.
Someone's asking, do you like an egg salad sandwich, Rico?
No.
Okay, so they're asking that for the same reason you talk about cold eggs. You're making sure.
No.
Okay.
I just God bless the people who that's just. I would send you back in the store if you walked in and said, "Hey, I got you this egg salad sandwich." No, you didn't.
Yeah, I would never give that to someone. I would never buy it, take it somewhere. I would eat it myself. I think I'm starting to realize with a lot of the dishes that I like, I think I may be white.
David from the Tecumseh area.
I think I might be white. I think we've just come to that conclusion. Or I have. Maybe you all already thought that.
David, I'll bring you to the hockey game when it comes back around. We'll be sitting against the glass. You can yell, shoot the puck if you want to.
Some green jello.
Oh my gosh, Roberto. Jesus, man. I guess I am. I'm white with you. White with you. Okay. Well done steak equals. Oh, yeah, never mind.
See, once again, no. Once again, it doesn't go the other way. But in this world where, you know what, it's anti-bullying and you shouldn't treat people that way. Say you don't like your steak rare, and all those people who swear up and down they're nice people, oh, they'll turn on you in a heartbeat. And like I said, I'm paying for this. I made it. I'm going to eat it how I want to eat it.
Deviled eggs are super gross, someone says. There's some people that's coming along with you guys. They agree.
I mean,
something that they don't want.
Deviled eggs are just always a thing that's at barbecues that I've never really seen anybody put on their plate. It's there, but it's like, yeah, I don't really, yeah. To me, it's like eggnog. I've never really seen anybody drink eggnog.
Don't say you don't. I love eggnog. So good. Man, I am. Oh, you just keep confirming.
Hey, Roberto, take him to the Kiss concert.
Is that really one of those things? Eggnog? Oh, man.
Dave.
Oh, see, no.
Dave?
No.
You gonna go home tonight watch some Andy Griffith?
Oh my God, a little Who's the Boss with the missus.
He's gonna be cranking Huey Lewis in the news on the way home.
You know what? Carlton from The Fresh Prince was just misunderstood. Tell him about it, Dave.
Oh, man. What is going on today?
I have learned so much about you in the last 5 minutes.
I never knew that eggnog was one of those things. No wonder my wife looked at me weird when we first got married, and she said, eggnog. Wow.
Yeah. All right. So when you and Jansen going hunting?
I'm going up north after the show.
Oh, man. Stop off, get you a Slurpee, some, deviled eggs.
I always thought it was weird when David called me 586 popped up on my phone.
So does David drink milk with his dinner? Does Dave like a good farmer's market or playing Frisbee golf?
And we're going to go down to do a little farmer marketing, maybe go look antiquing.
And then this one, David is white. That's why he said he went from large to a small. Abe in Southfield.
You know what, Dave? Let's talk about a sport that you used to like, but maybe not so much. Let's do a little NBA next. 97.1. You know, we just finished talking about the NBA. I am so glad that it looks like the NCAA is realized enough could be just enough. There was talks of maybe having an expanded NCAA tournament that would take it out to like 108 teams. That's just ridiculous. I'm glad that looks like it's going to stick at 68 teams for now, because if not, guys, what are the other teams that you're going to be including in this? Basically the NIT. And how many of you actually watch the NIT? Nobody watched the NIT. So I'm glad the NCAA appears to have come to their senses. They talked about it, but as of now, they said that it is not imminent, according to Thursday's statement. They had a 3-day meeting. Because there's just no point. There is no point of expanding NCAA tournament. I like the play-in games, even though they didn't like the term play-in games. But I like the play-in games in Dayton. Okay. Kind of square off a couple teams, jumpstart. And I guess it helped when some of those teams from that tournament, the play-in games, actually started going far. You had a couple make it to the Final Four. UCLA made it. Shaka Smart and VCU made it. Matter of fact, Shaka Smart built an entire career off of that one tournament run. Hasn't done anything since. But man, I am so glad. David, did you really need to see more teams in the NCAA tournament?
No, I did not. I mean, I'm guessing the number would have gone to 96?
Yeah.
Oh,
close to 100.
No, yeah. I'm good on that.
So basically, your Wolverines would have made it because everybody in the NIT would have made it. At this point, U of D would be petitioning, can we make it in too? We're like everybody else. Like, there's nothing special. It's already a struggle. You already have to put in a whole bunch of bubble teams that you're like, well, this team beat that and they look this way and whatever. Yeah. If it expands, I think that it would then jump the shark, and I think it would lose all its luster. You get an extra weekend of playing, but I don't really think people want to watch bad basketball. Like I like college hoops, so I'll watch games all throughout the year. Heck, I'm watching games in November when you guys are making fun of me. But the average person doesn't want to see, the 1 seed going up against the 31st seed or the 32nd seed. No.
No way. No way. And I applaud the committee for saying no to this. And I hope they don't come back in a year or two and say, yes, we will expand, because we've seen what happened to football. We've seen the deterioration of college football. We don't need that.
Well, I don't think college football is doing it right. I'm happy they expanded, but they were half wet. You go to 12 teams, just make it 16 teams. I'll at least give them credit. They did the bye week, and you're rewarding, I guess, team 5 through 8 because they get the home game. Because I thought that was important. Like you can't make fan bases travel all around the country. It's very expensive. At least with a home game, you're guaranteed those first 4 games are going to be a sellout. Because if you got to choose, you're not. Like Kenny is. If Kenny could pick one game to go to with Georgia, he's going to go to the championship game. He's not going to go to the quarterfinal game or the semifinal game because the tickets are just too much. Anyway, hey, Dave, let's catch up on Ticket Text.
I'll give you a couple checks on what we just said, though. All the money they would make if they expanded to 108 would be crazy. I'd be surprised if they don't expand to some extent just purely based on the revenue.
See, they're already making $1 billion off of this tournament. At some point, you water down your own product, and it just, maybe they do what the NBA is doing and do an in-season tournament, but you're watering it down. I don't want to see. No, I'm good with the way the tournament is right now. I thought 64 teams was perfect. 68. Okay, sure. Why not? But let's just end it right there, because now think of all the teams that would be making the tournament. Are these teams you really want to see? No.
Not at all.
You shouldn't be rewarded because you used to be good. If you're not good, you're just not good enough this year, and you missed the cut. Plain and simple.
Correct. Someone's asking you a question based off what you said in a fast break. Do you know if collegiate basketball shoes are made similar to the NBA shoes?
No, I think they're similar, but they're not the same. Like NBA shoes, I remember I tried on a pair and I was like, wow, I had to get a size bigger because they are so snug. I was like, wow, this is like, yeah, man, there's the stuff that people think that they're buying is nothing like the shoes we actually wear in the game. So for colleges, I think it's an upgrade because, you know, those are team-issued shoes. So you got deals with Nike or deals with Adidas or Under Armour.
They're still not the shoes we wear.
They're still not the shoes you wear. No. That's why, you know, when they have like the players' locker now where the former players sell off their gear, their shoes are an upgrade to yours. NBA shoes they're top notch. Like if you actually got your hands on a real pair of Jordan shoes that Jordan wore, you would see the difference.
All right, let me go through these. From Hatch's Big Black Rumors to Davies' Deviled Egg, White's Gossip. Okay,
Roberto, can we get that?
He can make one. Yeah,
Davies' Deviled Eggs.
He can do that. Did David move to Luna Pier recently? Someone else is saying, Hatchet White, the Black Jesus is out. The White Jesus is back in. Another one, David's wife had no idea she married a white guy. I think I might be white will be the drop of 2023. Mm-hmm. Then another one says, Dave is ready for the Starbucks pumpkin spice latte season.
Yeah, I've never got. Hey, do you like Starbucks pumpkin spice, David?
I can't stand pumpkin. Can't do it.
Well, you got a few months to change your mind.
Can't do it. Dave is going to have his own region in next year's tournament, the I Might Be White region, right. Mark in St. Louis.
The white card region.
Oh, man.
David, you have to name all the people from Friends.
Oh, man, I think I might be able to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. Someone says, David is a pioneer reappropriating white culture. Incredible. Yeah, deviled eggs and what else did I say?
Eggnog.
Eggnog, yeah.
Drinking milk for dinner.
Someone says pumpkin pie is the best. David, I'm sure you like it. You just don't want to tell them. No, I don't.
It's okay, Dave.
I don't.
It's okay, Dave. It's all right.
New segment for next week. Is David white? Just go through question after question and find out more about David being white.
You know, Kenny, can you come up with a list of questions?
Well, he openly during the break admitted that he has no rhythm and can't dance also.
Wow.
Very true. Very true.
Welcome to the team, buddy.
Someone says David will be quoting entire scenes from Frasier.
Right. Is Pastor off beat? Yes, he is.
I am.
Just go with it, son.
And clap and rock at the same time, so I have no rhythm. That is true. Ross, Rachel, Chandler, Monica, Phoebe, Joey. Thank you for the ticket texter. Thank you, ticket texter. Appreciate it.
Oh my goodness.
This has been an interesting Friday.
The things you learn. I have no words. I have absolutely no words. All right. I will say this. Our two local coaches have been, they're nominated for the preseason coach of the year. Mel Tucker and Jim Harbaugh. I had a question for Michigan State fans next. Dave will join us. 97.1. 5 o'clock. Wait, what'd you say, David? Well, Dave, I think so too. That would be a drop in the next year's Stoney and Woodrow 6th annual tournament. Before I get to the Michigan State question, did you see Phillip Rivers has had his 10th kid? 10 kids?
That's crazy.
I didn't know people still did this unless you lived on a farm and you needed kids to actually do housework and chores and stuff like that. 10 kids. In theory, man, if you just did a break every other year, but your oldest is 20 and your youngest is just born. So you get to go through the potty training and all of this all over again.
Yeah, because if you remember years ago, he revealed he had a van for his whole family, a big giant like conversion van. And a reporter, because of this news, asked him, said, "So what are you still gonna have room?" He says, "Well, the older ones they can drive now, so I got plenty more room to have more kids." That's what he said yesterday on Twitter in response to a reporter.
I mean, God bless you. 10 kids.
He needs a tour bus.
I mean, honestly, I feel like, remember they asked the one guy, "Can you name all your kids?" Just
yeah, that was Cromartie, wasn't it?
Huh?
That was Antonio Cromartie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like, okay, just hold up flashcards. Which kid is this? Quick. 10 kids.
Good for him.
I guess. Wow. You got some work to do, David.
I'm good on that. I don't need that many.
He's about to have a football team.
Yeah, he's the starting quarterback. Everybody else is around him.
In theory?
Yeah.
In theory, he has enough to play 5-on-5 basketball. He's got 10 kids.
Yes, he does. Yes. Wow.
All right. I just saw that just kind of, yeah. Anyway, 2 local coaches here. Our preseason Dennis Trophy on the preseason Dennis Trophy watch list, meaning Coach of the Year award, which is funny. I mean, Harbaugh I see because Michigan back-to-back Big Ten titles, went to the playoffs. I was shocked when I saw Mel Tucker on this list. I can be honest with you. I was like, wait, what? The Dodd Trophy? Because he didn't have a great year. It's well documented. Heck, he even came out and said, and now, yeah, he's on that list. So I got just a simple question for people. What is a successful season for Michigan or Michigan State? For Michigan, we kind of touched upon it. I still think for Michigan, you got to make it to the championship game. Now, Blake Corum came out and said championship or bust. I'm not saying that. But I do think you gotta win the semifinal game. You got to get to the championship game. And after that point, you probably don't want to get blown out like TCU did, but I don't care. You made it to the championship game. You've done something that no other Big Ten team has done since 2014, actually win a playoff game. Ohio State was the last team to do it, and they're coming up on the 10-year reunion. For Michigan State, I think the bar is lower for them, but I do think you're probably looking at 8 games. You have to win 8 games, and that's including, you got Washington, you got Penn State, you got Ohio State, and you got Michigan. And we're just going to go ahead and throw Ohio State out the window because you have no clue to how to play Ohio State. Those games have been just flat out embarrassing. They've beaten you 200-6 in the last 2 years. Games over at the end of the first quarter. Penn State, Michigan, you normally play close. Washington, you got Michael Penix Jr., who's just a Spartan killer. They took care of you last year. I mean, he gave you fits when he was with Indiana. But I would say 8 wins. You pretty much have to try to win all the rest of your games. And those other 4, if you could squeak out and win one of those, great. But you got to win the other 8. 248-539-9797. What's successful for for Michigan? What's successful for Michigan State? Because both coaches placed on the preseason Coach of the Year award list. Michigan, I understand. I was shocked when I saw Mel Tucker on that list. Maybe they know something I don't. But then again, it rarely goes to the coach that has the loaded team. It normally goes to a coach that came from nowhere. I mean, I honestly, I can't really see Kirby Smart winning it because you just assume that he's going to win. Nick Saban, you assume he's going to win. Maybe Harbaugh has reached that point now because they got a loaded team. I mean, you got – honestly, I still don't understand why Vegas is saying that Ohio State has better odds of winning the Big Ten. Maybe they know something I don't, but I look at this. But where are you at with this? What is successful? If you're a Spartan fan, if you're a Wolverine fan, 248-539-9797, what's successful for you? For me, for Michigan, you're going to win the Big Ten. You're going to go to the playoffs. Can you win a playoff game is what it boils down to. You've been there, done that. And I know it's an embarrassment of riches. You've been there, done that. But now you got to take that next step. For MSU, I mean, if you can get back to 11 wins, great. I'm not counting on that, but you got to get to 8 wins. And even if you lose the 4 games that I talked about, whether it's Washington, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, you got to win those other 8 games, get to a bowl game, and the ship won't feel like it's sinking, plain and simple. David, where you at on this?
Yeah, as a Michigan fan, being in the college football playoff 2 years in a row and losing, getting blown out, I get what you're saying, making it to the championship
Does it
game.
hurt that you have to sit next to Kenny while you made the playoff? Like anybody else, you probably feeling proud. Like, my team made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And he pats you on the head like he often does. That's cute, David. We won the title.
Last year didn't hurt. It was the first year it did, because we lost to them, and then they ended up winning it all. So, yeah, that hurt. Last year, not so much. But it's championship or bust for Michigan,
Last
in my
year
mind.
should have hurt you.
Because leading up to the game,
they gave you a bye.
We're going to the championship game.
They gave you a bye.
I understand. So it's championship or bust for me, for Michigan. They cannot play around here and
win
even
the
just
championship.
win it.
Wow. So
Win it.
If they get to the title game.
No, win it. We've been there two in a row. I get we lost.
You haven't been to the title game.
No. We've been to the CFP 2 years in a row.
Right.
I'm over that.
No.
It's not about making the championship game. You have to win it now. You are a perennial college football playoff team now.
You are, but let's
win
be
it all.
But see, this is why I'm saying. Maybe it's just me. I'm being realistic. That's why I said for Michigan State, 8 wins. I would love to sit here and say, "Oh, you got to win the Big Ten." That's not being realistic, and I'd be disingenuous to my listeners.
Oh,
for you guys, I don't think you're better than the SEC team.
It's not about that. The minute they put that Georgia clock in their locker room, what they're telling me is they're going for the national championship.
I don't understand.
They're on top.
I don't understand the Georgia clock.
I get the concept. I get it. It shouldn't be Georgia. It should say national championship.
Right.
And that's where I'm focused on. Because they have it there, they are setting their sights on winning it all. So win it all. Championship or bust in my mind.
Okay. 248-539-9797. David's saying win the title. Win the championship. I guess my bar is a little bit lower for Michigan. If you could make it to the championship game, I think that that's good. I think that you've done something no other Big Ten team has done in 9 years. You won a game. Because when the Big Ten goes to the semifinal games, it's normally just bloodshed. Now, last year, when Michigan played TCU and Ohio State played Georgia, it was entertaining games, but both teams lost those games. It wasn't a 41-0 type of blowout, but I don't know if you got to win the I think you're setting yourself up for disappointment if you're saying Michigan has to win the national title. For Michigan State, 8 games. I would love to say. Let me put the caveat: 8 games, and 9 if you could just steal one of those 4, just one of those 4, and man, I would feel really good about this team. I would feel great about this team saying Tucker had a blip, on the radar last year. He's fixed it. It was a tough schedule, but he found a way because if you think about it, Washington, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan. You know what those 4 teams have in common? They're all preseason top 10 teams. Can you beat one of them? You get 3 of them at home. You get 1 on the road, that's Ohio State. Can you win one of those games? If you do that, I think if you told Spartan fans right now 9 wins, you're going to win one of those 4 games, lock it in, they would lock it in. What's successful for Michigan State fans? 248-539-9797. I see your phone calls. We'll get into them next. 97.1. You hear me talk about specs at LTU? Why? Look, guys, we're talking football for a reason. Football played in the fall. Classes starting to fall at specs at LTU. If you want that career in radio, you want to go into TV, or you're a graphics design artist, it's very simple. Specs at LTU is the school for you. It's local, right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Beautiful campus, by the way. You're taught by people who actually work in the business like yours truly. And why is that important? Because we're not going to waste your time. We're going to get you going from day one with all the important things that you need to know to make it in this business. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, be curious, make magic, and you need to head over to that website, ltu.edu/specs, because the fall is just a few weeks away. All right, let's just go straight to the phone lines. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I think Michigan's got a shot to go all the way because of this reason. Alabama, Ohio State, I'm not sure, Georgia, none of them have their starting quarterbacks coming back.
True.
Michigan has theirs. So what do you think about that, Rico?
You know what, Mark? I am. And honestly, the team that I think people should be worried about and not really talking about is USC. Because USC not only brings their quarterback, he happened to win the Heisman. Now, I know nobody stays up and watches Pac-12 football like I do because, well, that's what I do in the fall. But USC is the team. If you want the value pick, I know everybody always screams, Georgia and Alabama. It's going to be difficult for Georgia. Winning 3 in a row is hard to do. It's not a slam on you, Kenny. It's difficult to do. You got a new quarterback. Now, your defense is going to be lights out. Alabama, same way. I think you two may beat up on each other. I could easily see you playing in the SEC title game and again in the semifinals and just kind of beating the hell out of each other. One of you makes it to the final and just has no gas left in the tank. Ohio State, breaking in a new QB. They have receivers. So, honestly, if you're a quarterback and you could just kind of get it in the area of Marvin Harrison Jr., that's a catch. They got a bunch of guys, but I don't know. But I could easily see a Michigan-USC national title game. USC is the team that I think nobody talks about, but
it's just defense with them. I have to see first if their defense has improved. But I hear you.
It's kind of like Michigan State. If their defense is just top 50, you're not beating them.
Right. You're exactly right.
Because they're going to outscore you. If they could just get 5-6 stops a game, that's enough for them. 248-539-9797. What's successful for you, Michigan State fans? Luke, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Rico?
What's happening, Luke?
Hey, so I feel like there's a difference between acceptable and successful.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like as a MSU fan, we've had, successful seasons getting to double-digit wins. I feel like 8 wins is acceptable, but double digits is successful.
Fair point. I see what I see where you're going with this, Luke. Okay, continue.
We've kind of set the bar pretty high here, and last year was tough to say the least. And I expect nothing less than 8 wins. That's at least the bar.
Well, and I guess, Luke, coming off of last year, just a total collapse, you win the games you're supposed to win, and you got 4 games that are top because those 4 teams that I mentioned, Washington, Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State, are top 10 teams. Not top 25, not top. They're all top 10 teams. That's what makes it difficult. If you can steal one, let's split the difference, Luke. If you can make it to 9 wins, I think that's successful.
I can do that, but again, we got to keep the bar high,
No, I feel you, Luke. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. That's a valid point that he says. So yes, I'm gonna amend mine and say 9. 9 would be successful based off of what you did last year and the fact that you're playing one of the toughest preseason schedules, playing 4 top 10 teams. David, you don't know what that is. I know Kenny has no idea what that means because, they don't play anybody. But we'll see how that goes. 248-539-9797. A couple ticket texts before we go back to the phone line.
Georgia, Clemson, USC, Washington, Alabama, Tennessee, Ohio State are all going to be much better than Michigan this coming season. Michigan will not make it out of the Big Ten, my friends. Ooh.
You know what? The tough game for Michigan, I don't see this Ohio State. I think Michigan figured out Ohio State. Now it's up to Ohio State to take it back. But until I see it, David, your team figured out the Buckeyes.
It's like it was when it was the reverse. You just picked Ohio State because they were kicking our butts.
Or like Sometimes you just know a team. D'Antonio knew Michigan. And no matter what team you had, he had it. Ryan Day knows Mel Tucker. No matter what happens, they can't score. You figured out Ohio State. Penn State, that's the game. Now, you got lucky it's not at night. Drew Aller, Penn State looks at Drew Aller the way that you guys looked at J.J. McCarthy last year. He's that young, up-and-coming quarterback that everybody can't wait to see. Singleton, and I forgot the other running back. Their running back can match your running back room. Okay, they got a duo just like you. I know, but we got Blake Corum. They got two guys as well, okay? They're deep at running back. They play really good defense.
They have an offensive line,
right?
Really good, and I think
they
their
got
tackle is
Kalen
going to be a
King.
first-round pick.
Yeah, Kalen King from Cass Tech.
First-round pick.
He's going to be a first-round pick at corner. Now, I know you got Will Johnson. They got Caleb King. So you got two Detroiters out there. The game's at Happy Valley.
Yeah, that may be the difference. It could be.
Right. So that's the one, if I'm a Michigan fan, that's the game I'm worried about. Not really worried about Ohio State.
See, but they didn't make that the night game. And that makes me happy as a Michigan fan.
It should, because, Joel and Gus, and it's not on the board, but yeah, that's what happens. The other one you should be worried about is going into East Lansing. Now, I know every Michigan fan I talk to, that'll be easy.
I'm not laughing at it.
Guys, last time I checked, Tucker's 2-1.
No, I'm not laughing at it.
Last year, that game, as bad as the Spartans were, that game had to be too close to comfort for you.
Don't even get me started on that.
That game, now it took a bunch of boneheaded plays. On 4th and 1, let's run the triple reverse Statue of Liberty option pitch play. What are you doing? But that game was a little too close to call. And, hey, like it or not, a bunch of people didn't like all the punishment that was doled out after the game. I'll leave it at that. That's going to be different. That's going to be at home. That one, I don't know if they're going to put that one at night or not. They may. If you want the ratings, if you want people to tune in, you put it at night.
Back-to-back years?
Yeah.
I like that.
I would definitely have it. I mean, because because then you're going to have the obligatory, look at all the armed security guards in the tunnel, and they're making, wait, now here comes Harbaugh and the Wolverines. Oh, Mel Tucker's holding his team back. Oh, look at this. Oh, there may be trouble out there. Oh,
what is this, Augusta?
Right. Look at, oh, my goodness, I don't know. Tensions are rising high. It's a rival. Anything could happen. Backyard brawl. Cliche.
Bring them all out.
Right. 248-539-9797. Matthew, you're on 97.1.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's happening? Whoops. Wrong button.
Well, what's up, guys? I just single on one person now. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I'm an Ohio State fan. And even though they've lost the past 2 years, frustrated with that, I do root for Michigan over Michigan State. Nothing personal. I just got friends that go to U of M. So I would have loved to see U of M versus Ohio State in the championship game, but we can try to win back our record. All right? I'm frustrated with Ohio State right now.
I mean, how has Michigan just figured you guys out? Like, I thought last year was a foregone conclusion, Matthew. I'm like, man, you guys going to kill Michigan. And I'm like, wow, there's wide open receivers running down the middle of the field.
Right. I don't know what happened because at halftime we were up by like 3 or 4 points. So I figured Ohio State was going to come back after the half and continue the assault. But, well, not the assault, but, continue scoring. But apparently that did not happen. I don't know what happened.
No, you know what, Matthew, I can tell you, and I appreciate the phone call. Here's what happened. You had an opportunity to score touchdowns, you kick field goals. You don't beat top schools kicking field goals. That's why your best bet is to go for it. Because when you kick field goals, I mean, you just look back to when you played Clemson that time in the semifinal game, and you were blowing them out. But the score was so close because you ended up kicking like 3 or 4 field goals instead of scoring touchdowns. They came back and beat you. That's what I'm saying. Early on, Ohio State had a chance to stick the dagger in Michigan. Michigan took their best punches, and Ohio State didn't have a counterpunch. And the next thing you know, hey, another year, another trophy. You can't say it was the weather. You can't say, well, we'll get you at home. It was not. It was a perfect day for another Michigan coronation. And then you just went out and beat the hell out of, I don't even know, who did you play in the Big Ten title game?
This
The
past
PSL
year,
All-Stars?
No, this past year it was Iowa, wasn't it?
Exactly, David.
I skipped right past.
I don't even like. Was it Iowa? Was it Wisconsin? I guess because no, it was Purdue.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It was Iowa the year before.
Right.
I'm sorry.
That should tell you everything you need to know about the Big Ten West. We didn't even know who Michigan played in the Big Ten West because if you were a fan, why even bother going down there unless you just never – I would have treated that game like a non-conference game. Hey, kids, you want to see Michigan football? And if we need to leave early, we can because it's not like they're not going to lose.
Yeah, it was 43 to 22 last year, and it wasn't even that close.
Okay. All right, football. Reason why we're talking so much football, that's 50 days until the kickoff in Ann Arbor for Georgia. 49 days for the kickoff in East Lansing. College football is almost here, folks. So let's have some fun with it. Let's have a blitz, but it's a preseason blitz. The picks don't count if we screw them up, but we're still going to try hard. So let's do that next. 97.1. All right, David, a couple ticket takes before we hand this show over to Rieger. Wojo here too?
Yeah, he's supposed to be.
Okay.
Of course, he's not here yet, so. Oh, David is right. It's natty or bust for Michigan. I'm done with them just making it and losing. Even winning one CFP win, they're still losing. So I want both. Win it all. I agree. Win it all.
Okay. So if Michigan – now, see, for me, the bust is if you guys come up with 9 wins. That's a bad year for you. That's a bad year. Now, at that point, callers can call in and say whatever. I think you guys just getting a little too big for your britches. Oh, well, if we don't win the natty.
Well, the expectation
you
is
haven't
already
won the
made.
natty in a long time.
I understand, but if you're already expected to win the Big Ten, you're there. We've been there.
Can you at least win a playoff?
No, no. Win it all. Penn State can't be trusted for my money. They should be able to beat Michigan. However, they are perennial underachievers.
They are. I can't, as the kids would say, that there's no cap. That's true. Then they're not playing the game. If they played that game at night with the fan base, yeah, that would be must watch. It's kind of like when Ohio State and Penn State play. It's a fun game to watch.
Hatchet, I want what you're smoking. If you think the Lions are winning 11, have they ever won 11 or more in their history? Why does history have to always come up when it comes to the Detroit Lions?
Because, David, either there's history or there's hope. History can be proven. Hope can't. Can't quantify hope. But history, I can point back and say, this all happened.
Got to be kidding me. Michigan is not better than last year. They are nowhere near championship level this year. Too much Kool-Aid, fellas. Guess David isn't white after all.
Well,
I'm sorry. Nowhere near championship level?
I was just saying the whole white thing.
Oh, well, correct. Yeah, you're right.
No, you are.
It said, nope, he's definitely, he's white.
We'll talk.
Oh, man, oh, man.
Go ahead and just leave your card right there on the desk.
Someone says Michigan State 8-4 and a bowl win would be his level. Is Tucker on the hot seat if they only win 5 or 6?
For fans, he would be. But I don't think for the administration. That's just it's too much money. Let's be real. He's bulletproof unless a scandal hits the university. Now, fans will be upset with him like fans were, after 2020, they were upset with Harbaugh. And they expected more. And it would all boil down to next year, but nah, not the actual hot seat.
Interesting for this texter. 6 wins and a bowl is the ceiling for Michigan State.
This is 734 area code.
Doesn't say.
Oh, my God. I can't recall any state fan saying 6 win in a bowl game, but you know what? Whatever. Okay.
And just so people can understand, yes, the Lions won 11 under Caldwell. So, yes, they've won 11 games in their history, and it's not just Caldwell, but they won them as well. So, history tells you they can do it, so why not this year? Do we call Hatchet Davey now?
No, Dave.
That's Paul from Shelby. Very funny, Paul.
Paul is just Dave. So, yeah.
Oh, man, I reveal too much sometimes. I really do.
That's okay, Dave. Hatchet's changed sides.
Change sides.
We've now realized that Hatchet's white.
Oh, I heard that. I did not realize that. So what was the biggest giveaway that Hatchet is white?
His love for deviled eggs.
No. That's not totally white, is it?
Apparently so.
He followed it up with his love for eggnog.
Yeah, that's getting pretty white. Yeah. I mean, I love deviled eggs.
Pumpkin spice.
Oh, no.
Do not love pumpkin spice.
Yeah, I don't think that's a white thing. I'm a white guy, but I don't like deviled eggs.
No rhythm, can't dance. That's white stuff.
Oh,
the no dancing thing.
He has
That's
no
true.
rhythm. Yeah, he can't dance.
Wait, for Hatchet or me?
Both. I can't tell the difference.
If he's finally admitting he's a white guy, is he finally admitting something else?
Well, he said he went from large to small.
That's sort of what I was
talking Slurpees.
Oh, that's what I thought. Right. Wait. Here's a key.
Oh, so you go with the small Slurpee instead of the big one?
It's just too much sugar.
Yeah.
The big one's too much.
He used to like the big one, but that went away. Okay, here's a test. What color Slurpee do you prefer?
I do cherry.
See, no.
Rico, isn't grape? Would grape be the...
No.
What's the black color?
No. Because if he were black, he would have said, I like red.
Oh, he said cherry.
Oh, crap. You're right.
He did. He said, I like the cherry.
Right. If you were black, you'd be like, what color you like? Red.
I don't know about that.
But there's a few other reds, though, so I have to specify which
you
one.
You just said red. You would have said red.
Well, I do the red pop at some certain locations.
Okay.
But that, see.
So how do we feel about this?
I mean, he's got 6 more minutes, and then he turns in his card.
Oh, my
Anything you want to get out?
God.
Say?
What?
Did OJ do it?
What is Hatchet?
What?
And we're waiting for an answer. What does Hatchet drive? It's got I got a nice Ford Escort.
I think a minivan.
Oh,
I don't have a minivan.
He does have
like
a
5
minivan.
He's got the Phillip Rivers minivan.
And if he catches up to Phillip Rivers and he's white as all hell,
Ooh,
then
are you planning on that?
No plans.
Yeah, 10 up to 10. Wow.
Rivers is at 10.
His next son will be named Chad.
Mm-hmm. Kyle.
Right.
Connor.
Connor.
Hatchet, welcome aboard. Buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
He's moving to Tecumseh.
Yeah. Come on out. Let's go up to Frankenmuth this weekend.
Okay, yeah.
You know what? He'll go in.
Oh, you want to go to Bronner's?
That's one thing I can't do. That chicken is bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, shut up. It's all you can eat. There's nothing bad about it. Oh, wait. He can go north of the thumb now, can he?
He can.
No, Roberto. No. I don't like Frankenmuth chicken. Not chicken overall.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He denounced Frankenmuth's fried chicken.
He did.
It's horrible. It has no seasoning to
He
it.
denounced chicken altogether.
No. Frankenmuth chicken.
Wow.
He's going to come in Monday with a nice press pair of khaki slacks and a nice button-down shirt.
Is there going to be a new rumors that Roberto has to make?
Oh, yeah.
This is for all the Daves out there.
Right. I like this guy. I wonder what Mrs. Hatchet thinks of this. She liked the large Slurpee, I would think. Preferred it. I mean, I'm guessing.
Not going there.
What do you mean? You already went there.
I think you just took it one step too
Right.
far.
Oh, I did?
You really did.
Oh.
I mean, Rico wanted to be out of here 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, tell me next time if I'm going one step too far. I never know.
You always do.
Okay.
You know. You see the line, you look both ways, and you just jump.
And I get a running
Right.
start.
And he realizes nobody will ever call him out on it.
Oh,
because,
please.
You know,
There's
he's
nothing
an
to be called
institution
out.
here.
Oh, please. We have a great list from the NFL, 6 sleeper candidates for NFL MVP this fall.
Is Jared Goff one?
You'll have to find out.
Funny you should guess
I don't
that.
even know.
Would that be the line you would guess?
I wouldn't guess any of them, but sure.
What about Amon Ra?
I'm just saying.
No. Probably
David Montgomery.
Hutchinson. I guess a defensive player doesn't get MVP.
No, I was going to say Gibbs.
Rookie of the year and MVP.
Wow.
Because if
That'd
you,
be a hell of a season.
Think like Sauce Gardner. If you make a big enough splash, everybody talks about you.
Yeah. That's true.
So if he's the next coming of Marshall Faulk or Christian McCaffrey, then I would go with him.
Well, he can't be because Montgomery's going to take half of his carries.
So
Sam. All right, we've got that coming up. And also the weirdest
got a great
sports.
topic.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Great topic. Everybody's done this.
Yes, everyone's done this. We're going to do it. The weirdest sports in the world and in your own world and in your backyard.
And there is a new sport sweeping the nation,
Or at least sweeping Finland.
sweeping the world.
Yeah, sweeping Finland.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Twitter.
All right. Well, make sure you listen to that. Dave will be at the Lutheran Church this Sunday.
Really?
97.1.
Hey,
in Livonia?
Jeff, David wants to know if he can buy your Tesla now that he's away.
Wait a second. Is that a white car?
Okay.
He's looking for a new church in Livonia, by the way.
You know what? 97.